Chinese Room. You know the studio?
I know that name. I don't know why I know that name.
Yeah,
You know
they're part
China.
of our suit. They're part of our group. Chinese Room.
What have they made? They made something. They made
They
some.
made Dear Esther. Everybody's gone to the Rapture.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they're doing Machine for Pigs. Well, they did Machine for Pigs. Amnesia.
Hmm.
But yeah, I was like, oh my god, we work with this. And I was like,
With those Chinese, yeah.
kinda. Kinda. What else have they made? Curious. Oh yeah, meaning that so let us melt. Oh, I like that. That's a good we got good music on there. Do 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 do. Bummed up.
Do they work under the same publisher, or is it just like
No,
dev to dev?
so part of Sumo Group. They're
Okay.
within, yeah, so Sumo Digital. I work inside Sumo Group as Orok. So. A big old umbrella corporation. No T-virus involved.
Yeah, I like all these smaller publishers coming
They're
out.
great,
and doing
yeah.
stuff.
The group's nice because you can really scale up the amount of what.
Also, not everything needs to be a $60 fucking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fest. It's like, oh, $30 as a consumer.
It's a
$30
scaled
for like a small
experience, I think, with
Yes.
$30 games because you know you're gonna get something not crazy, and even some $60 games are not long, and I'm thinking that's gay.
Oh, ow.
Okay, we're gonna start playing the game now. I'm gonna reorganize my dice while I'm talking. Which one of you people is on the first of this list?
What do you mean?
Look for the Calypso and you'll find the way.
Oh,
You gotta watch it as well, just to get you chuckling.
Yes, Dad.
Which was the hold on? Which was the fucking voice filter that I had that was good for this? Was it the
Banana.
No, that wasn't banana one. I think it was the anime sounding one.
What?
I think it was this one.
Yeah,
oh
it
my
was that
God,
one. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, okay, got it. Perfect.
That's the one.
Is there like a Yakuza sounding one, like sound like Kiryu or something like that? I think that would be good for recap.
That just means what? Speak Japanese?
No, just sound angry. Angry.
I'm looking around this bar and I'm seeing an awful lot of bread. I'm seeing a couple loaves of bread, at least 2. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to find the thing he was making. Where have you put it? There it is.
You found a
There it
cabbage?
fucking is. The cabbage on a plate.
That's normal. What do humans eat?
Hey, you know what? That's old Laszlo. Look at him.
Look, I'm just saying, I ate 3 baguettes that one time.
In a
Or 4.
yeah, just
In
a
real
whole
life?
cabbage though.
I was 4 baguettes or less crazy than full cabbage.
What, full length? Big
Because that
Baton?
is probably more sanitary, because cabbages have many layers, Ed boy.
Alright, well, I'm gonna type something, and yeah,
baguette? Is that a threat? Like, I'm gonna say something right
I'm
now.
gonna say
I'm reporting you to HR. I'm just gonna.
I'm going to say the line. Cancel me.
okay. So let's see, all the way up to 101. There's the Calypso and Pat's shopping basket.
With said Calypso. Paradise Punch.
Does that say $5?
Yeah,
Oh,
for
it's
2.
three. Oh,
Three.
no, it's 3 for 5.
Three.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't believe
Pat,
you
I can't believe you didn't buy it. 3. And then
A
throw one
steal.
up in the air in the parking lot.
A minging one.
I'm actually confused. What the fuck are we even talking about?
Calypso.
Calypso,
It's fucking minging.
Paradise Punch, Lemonade. Just add.
So good.
Hold on, I need to look at this. I have no clue.
It's in the Discord.
Calypso.
You'll see. It's bright red. Anyways, 101. Revenge is best served mold.
Oh my god! Wow, Adam. No, really,
Oh, I see.
Adam, you had a brain moment. That didn't.
I'm reading two things at the same time.
Revenge is a dish best served mold. There you
Mold is a dish best served revenge. Got it.
go. No.
The gang partook in a reverse escape room shenanigans, meaning that you're trying to enter a room as opposed to escape it. In the midst of all this, we noticed Andrew, the person, acting suspiciously, seeming fixated on a mirror salesman. It was unclear what his intentions were, but we kept a close eye on him regardless.
That's a
I understand what he means.
It's a reference to all the monsters in the cages felt like characters he says he wanted to
Felt
play.
like.
They were. They literally
Oh,
were.
I was thinking just along the lines of Skull.
You went screaming. Adam literally picked screaming skeleton, jelly monster,
Gelatinous man,
and
and like those nub guy.
Nub.
I don't know if like I don't know if
Mannequin
you know,
man.
Nub man.
Visited the Harmsman, a potential notorious figure known by many names, including the Pain-inator, Ouch Orator, and Healant Dealer. Yeah, I don't like that last one that much.
I like that last one the most.
Well,
I please all. It's a funny word.
inside a dingy bar, an old-timer with a scarred forehead plays with his food, then is happy to see Laszlo. Challenged later, we witnessed Laszlo enact a brazen and bold approach to this figure, and thanks to low charisma score, provided him with a perfect blinder to the possible magnitude of the situation he and the group are now in. Edited. Let's see. You got a picture of Dane DeVito saying, "Ha, so you've come crawling back, you cheap sack of shit." Oh, Dennis looks on in awe.
Hinged.
Bonus, the session ending be like, Hannibal kicking, who is that, Flavor Flav? Yeah, just... And then someone driving into Andre's desk, which is I've seen better days. Then there's Nick. I'm not gonna read that, because that's not appropriate for what we're doing.
Give us a fruity, right?
Alec is next. 101, the League, spelled correctly, goes shopping, Shady Edition. Varys tries out a potential vigilante persona by becoming the Cloak. Laszlo makes a baller move, and stabbing may or may not ensue. Followed by a gif from the
Why is it
ASDF movie of some guy getting stabbed in the chest.
See how unfazed that guy was? I'm gonna try and do that.
Andrews gazed into Daedalus's past.
No.
What?
It is a reference to a comic book I have never read.
Gaze of Daedalus's past? You mean like the fucking
Scrooge.
It is a
McDuck?
famous X-Men book, actually.
Oh.
Like Days of Futures Past, but no.
Days of Dawdle.
What is that, like DC Comics or something?
It's the Spider-Man. You ever heard of the Spider-Man, Jimmy?
Days of Future Past.
They told me Spider-Man would never sell, that you couldn't make a teenager a superhero, he had to be a sidekick. Well,
Hero.
it's on them now.
Son, what do you need Batman for? Why don't you just get yourself an Incredible Hulk action figure? He fits into the Batmobile just like that.
There's layers I am not understanding here.
That is a reference to something else. I don't know if that's Family Guy or...
Layers,
No, it's
yeah.
The Simpsons. There's like a whole episode of just Stan Lee hanging, or just staying inside the comic book shop and being a fucking nuisance. I just like the mental image of like, oh, he just won't leave. He keeps trying to upsell people on like Marvel products.
Let's see. What did I say again? Oh, right. Christmas Story something. The League, spelled it correctly. Crept down into the seedy underbelly of Anupolis. Honestly, the whole place was nicer than expected, shockingly orderly. Skeletons were seen alongside slime monsters. Deadless? Did you spell your own name wrong? Was too poor monetarily speaking, but he did have an abundance of moral character, preventing him from partaking in monsters' slavery. It occurred to me that if I hadn't vocalized it as monster slavery and said it was just an exotic live goods salesman or something, you probably just would have jumped at that shit.
I couldn't afford it anyway. I'm too cheap to afford this cheesy crud.
Next, we found out who was number 1, or hence the Smitty Urban Jagerman Jensen.
So that's why that glyph was there.
Additionally, Dauntless found out he was not the freak hunchback friend of Aegir. Bread was consumed, it was good. Laszlo may or may not be stabbed again. Next
Again.
is Pat's,
But try
and
the extra again.
did you do that on purpose?
But
You spelled league with a Y.
yes,
I dropped my USB. The league opened a loaf of bread from an anonymous donor. It came with a hidden treat, directions to the black market, then ate said bread. Within the black market, the league did lots of window shopping. Dauntless visited the resident psychic for some truth bombs. Zen ate some more bread, and Laszlo initiated the first bar fight of the campaign. I feel like Henry would have started when he was playing Turok.
I think so. I don't remember one.
He
And
did.
then
Somehow he didn't. I don't think he.
I think he got extremely drunk.
Well,
Yeah,
I
He
mean,
close.
he racked up a really high tab at Heaven's Ambrosia, but
it depends your definition of bar fight, because there was that one lady who tried to rat me out in a bar.
Hit someone in a bar. Verbal confrontations don't count. Because then it's just a bar disagreement. Not so much a fight. Alright, let's jump in and make sure my description doesn't say first stream of the year again.
Woo! It's a ploy to get more viewers.
I don't even think that would work.
it's my birthday today as well.
You should just throw in all the possible things, guys. My kitten is in a coma.
My cat blew up.
I really need some subs. It hurts.
I don't
It's all
have
To
it.
reconstitute my cat, I grab his soul because my cat blew up and got ran over, and it's
Uh,
haunted my house. I'd donate if someone said that. So
Alright, we are in a underground sewer tavern. The denizens of whom are very, very shady individuals, as they were all members of a black market.
It's not shady. It's just dark down here.
It's shady in 2 different means. Realistically speaking, it should be darker than this, but you wouldn't be able to see anything on Tailspire if I made it any darker. Besides the candles, of course.
I like
But-
the idea of a shady pub where it's like they take that literally and no one can see their food, so it's just like you walk in, the floors are sticky, there's just like clanging heard throughout the dim, like darkness.
Yeah, it's just echolocation.
we only serve bat people. here.
It's just like, yeah, the one bat person's just like, I fucking love it here,
It's
and
just,
everyone
I'm in my
else.
element.
It's like, I know this. It's like it makes everything a farce, but it is just kind of a funny idea. Or there's like forks all over the floor or something.
Considering everyone and their mother in 5e more or less has dark vision by default, unless you're a regular human or something, then I don't think that would be that crazy of an idea. In either case, many of the patrons here are looking away from you, their heads hidden by either hoods or just being so buried far into their cups that it obscures their faces. The individual that you're pointed to, and by you I mean specifically
Royal you.
Laszlo, slash Sheesworth, not taking on the form of his other persona at this moment. He's just wearing the mask. You went over from the bartender, you were directed towards an individual who was in the corner. In the previous session, it was mostly just shopping and, as you said, truth bombs regarding Dauntless's past. Number 1, in terms of the number of person who was the first experiment of Aegir Ramzir's experimentations, was himself. So maybe, just maybe... No, he's dead. He's dead. You already
He's
know
not
number...
sweet death.
You know number 2, and you know number 5, and some others in between. All the way up to the last end, where his career streak of brain transfers was cut short. by number 5. Coming back to life.
We also
It's
know
36.
we also know that the brain that we possibly could have looked for, it just disappeared. Something happened to it, and now it's unrecoverable.
Drop kicked it in a fire.
I think that's an understatement. Any
That's
of the-
not. Yeah, well.
I mean,
that's a-
to be
that's a
fair
post-
though, have you guys ever seen what happens if you put a styrofoam cup filled with water into an open fire? It doesn't.
You make napalm by accident.
No, it just doesn't melt the styrofoam until the water evaporates.
Fire disappears and the brain gets stronger.
But what's next? Mostly shopping, window shopping, appraisals, and a couple of fun things that were dangled in front of your face, such as a pair of gloves that turn into a blood rapier, a really nice "Get Down, Mr. President" axe. The person who wants to buy it is not here, but we'll take care of that next time they're here. In either case, you guys just have your nicknames. Daedalus is 5, Zen's the Old Man, Laszlo's the Mold Man, Varus is the Cloak. And Kalos is there too, in spirit. Not
Wait,
in
I have a
person.
question. Is the mold man thing? Because I'd stepped away when you guys picked the code names. Was that like a bread thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Zen was old man, so I need to just keep loosely similar to my fellow old man.
Okay, because I just thought it was that, but then it just hit me like bread, mold, bread,
Yeah.
mold. Okay.
That's correct. Bread only grows mold.
Well, yeah, but when you think of mold, you think of like...
Cheese.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, generally, I think of mold in like the normal sense.
You
like
could have gone
fungus.
with something cool like the yeast beast.
But I'm not a beast.
I'm
does it be?
just saying when I
The
think of mold,
yeast
I think of it in
infection.
like walls and then bread. I don't think of cheese necessarily.
Rusty, the clown.
Besides the window shopping and the exposition dialogue, you were directed towards a couple of other things, such as the Harmsman and the Protector. You didn't buy any of the exotic fish, or the exotic lizard that can be used as a condom. Forgot what the nickname that Andrew gave it was. Had to do with something seminal fluid.
Lizard.
We're not going. We're not going.
Oh,
We're not going back there. We're not. We remember it, but we're not going
Oh,
back.
I remember it now.
Uh,
It does have to do with that seminal
horrible.
fluid.
Yeah.
In any case, we're gonna go ahead and see about the last thing that we left off on was Laszlo approaching a man in the corner. He is very methodically cutting up his steak and dipping it into equal quantities of some sort of steak sauce.
Oh.
Ew, what the fuck?
He's like, I don't know, you said he's like stabbing into steak. I imagine like a 5-year-old like stabbing.
Yeah, but
it.
like, I'm not gonna make any of my NPCs dip their shit in ketchup. That's fucking horrendous.
I'm picturing an old man stabbing it like an overdone or a well done steak.
hasn't got his
and
glasses
dipping it in
on.
Are you
ketchup.
sure it's not ketchup? It's
Is this
pretty
my hand?
viscous. It's got kind of a texture to it.
He's got like French fries and he's just like
Got
again
a bib
like a
on as well.
5-year-old.
Alright. Jesus.
No, but he does have slicked back hair and a scar across his forehead that goes down from the top of his hairline down to the upper part of his left brow. His features are relatively aged, as if he's maybe like a long-time sailor who has seen much sun damage to his skin, or maybe he's just smokes a lot and has bad skin condition. Or it could be a leper, who knows? That's the most
How
extreme end
far
of the
did the
spectrum.
scar go down? Like from the top of
From
his
the
head
top
to
of his hairline to the top of his left brow.
I actually find it interesting, and at the same time, it makes perfect sense why there's no like lepers or like long-term disease sufferers.
As they fucking die?
No, because you just have magic. You can just magic
Oh.
that shit away.
Well, yeah, but then,
Or you got
Andrew,
special
but what
lepers.
about the wheelchairs? Can't fix that shit, apparently.
Let's not go down this road, because you know
They
my
do that in
thoughts on
World of
it.
Warcraft, too. And the races that have multiple forms of locomotion besides their fucking legs need it, apparently. Yeah, I want to play as a fucking dragonkin with
My
fucking
wings are
wheelchair.
broken.
I mean, if the wheelchair
that's
were
what-
cool, if it were like a spider
It's
wheelchair,
not.
maybe.
It's a
Yeah, if
regular
it was,
wheelchair.
if it was the Wild Wild West little spider one, Yes.
I'm not gonna complain.
That'd be
Again,
cool.
my thoughts are well known.
Loveless.
Well, I would be half the man if I allowed such a thing.
Ho
to
ho
occur.
ho! Indubitably.
Let's go ahead and use this deeper filter for this guy.
Oh man, I'm making some faces
Hello.
already.
Testing. Oh, good. Yep. Oh, let me change the pitch.
All right.
A little bit.
Last tangent
Yep.
I'm gonna go on, but can you put the burp filter and the deep voice filter on, or will it just freak the fuck?
No, I
I'll
can
do it.
only have one at a time.
You get one.
If you go,
Hello. Test.
hello.
Yep.
Testing.
Where does
Your
Deep
vocal
South
level.
Drawl go?
This is the highest pitch I can make this thing.
No, that sounds pretty good.
So the last thing that the man said was, "Look, boys, the prey has come to us." He didn't make any forward motions of him reaching into a cloak and pulling out your favorite tool, Laszlo, a knife.
Toothpick.
But he did sit up a little bit more in his chair. Previously, he was hunched over, almost like he was doing some sort of puzzle, that puzzle being his steak. He goes from a hunched over posture to correcting himself so that his back is nice and straight, or his shoulders are squared back, and he is looking a bit more attentive in this regard.
How many? Did he scream that, or did he just say it loud enough to?
It's
The-
a very
the-
quiet bar in the first place, so he didn't need to scream it out loud, but he was more or less just saying that in a slightly above regular speaking tone and volume.
So at that, how many eyes actually actively looked that way after he said that out loud?
Make a perception check. First roll of the day, fellas.
The eyes on the inside.
I rolled an 18.
As soon as you hear him say that, you do a quick glance so that you can know, alright, assassin, no, regular person, assassin, no. You do a checklist, you see the bartender is the first one to have turned his head. That's more or less because he was already facing that direction for the most part anyways, and kind of just turned like 2 inches to the left. The next person over is adjacent to this man's table, and is basically directly behind Laszlo. You see him turn his body about 90 degrees so that his legs are still underneath the table, but he has pivoted his upper half to now face whomever is speaking loud enough in this bar. You can see now that it is not because he cares about whether or not this guy needs to be murdered, but more or less it's because it looks like this guy has a hangover and is kind of like, who the fuck is yelling right now? You can see him pressing one of his fingers to his brow, and the other one is kind of just like holding back what is presumably a bit of puke.
Real quick, I moved myself because I bought bread and I shared it with Zen, and we were both at the counter.
The next person that you notice, Varys, is someone who is currently closest to the fireplace. They're not tending the fireplace at all, but they have found a position at said table with one of their companions. Both of them look to be of relatively either high 20s or low 30s female humans who are still dressed like they're coming to a black market, but have let down their conspicuous hoods so that their hair can come down over their shoulders. The one that is closest to the fireplace has leaned over to her right so that she can see around the, what are these called, support beams, over to see who is talking, and is currently holding, one hand has a tankard, and then the other one is currently holding what is a mostly eaten loaf of bread. And the other person who has decided to turn around is someone who is at the bar, who has turned 90 degrees, no, 180 degrees, that's how you turn, and is now currently spinning on their stool.
I guess I wasn't looking. I mean,
Oh, shout we.
You know, it's not very often that, the person with a mark on their head waltzes down here. And, I'd say you have some gumption, or you're just downright stupid. So which of it is the answer, fella?
It's gumption, yeah. I mean, it's been a really, as you know, it's been a really like long time, and I'm getting older, and it's I
Same.
don't want to, yeah, I kind of don't really want to do it anymore. Running away,
Get old? Oh.
running away as much. I understand this is quite the establishment down here, and if anything is to happen, could void memberships and stuff, and potentially I want to become a member here at some point. So if we could avoid fighting, that would be ideal.
I thought
Yeah,
you meant
I have
something
come down
completely
here.
different.
Okay. So you're down here,
Hmm.
and you got a hit on your head,
Yes.
and you propose to do what now?
Well, it's a bar,
Ask them
isn't it? Not
nicely to
fight.
go away.
Yeah. Well, not in here. Well, not to go away, but not down here. I don't want to break any rules. Well, I'm sure they don't want to break any rules. It's just kind of like a sanctified ground, so to speak. If
Don't
not,
get
then
hoity-toity about it.
sure.
Now, if you're looking to do... Well, you gonna pay them out to not kill you? That
I
could
don't
be a
know.
thing you arrange.
Sure. Means there are other things I can do as well. And you said you had an array of services. If there's anything I can do to help me not get attacked and stabbed further, and I kind of want to settle down and start fishing. So having to look over my shoulder every other minute is not good for the hairline.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have pissed off whoever put that mark on your head then. You should probably take it up with them and whatever gods you pray to.
Well, may I take a seat? If you're open to discussion, unless you want to finish your meal, I'll be at the bar.
The seat's open. But I prefer to eat alone.
Understood. But yeah, I've come here for answers, essentially. And I understand a job's a job. Totally get it. But yeah, I don't know who has put this mark on me or whatever, and I'd like to find out who. But I know, as you said earlier, you're not a man of questions, you're a man of services. So, if I may, what services do you offer? Or are in the business of?
In this business, down here, my name is Middleman. I'll let you guess what I do. There are some associates of mine who don't like to stick their neck out in public, and potential customers who are in the same vein. Not to say that they don't appreciate each other's services, but they sometimes want someone to act as a buffer. Hence, I'm the middleman. Whatever services you're after, I have a variety of web networks, different services. I can get you all sorts of goods and services, ranging from smuggling goods in and out of the country, particular shiny objects that people up above wouldn't like being traded from hand to hand, or in your case, a few cloaks and daggers. Now, if you wanted me to get a message to a would-be potential backstabber, there's a fee, of course. What exactly is it you're trying to do? Wipe the slate clean?
Essentially, yeah, I don't want to be attacked. I don't want to be attacked anymore, because it's caused me duress for many a year.
Well, I can't exactly do that now, friend, because I'm just the middleman.
Yes.
That being said, I can't say too much about the distributors of this service. But it's more than just a job that exchanges blood for money.
Sure.
There's honor behind it.
It's gone on for many a year as well. I can understand that, highly paid, but most likely.
honor and tradition are almost as important as the payout. And for them to wipe the slate clean, well, that would just be just as bad as someone kicking up dirt on your boots. So it's not that simple. What your options are not up to me. I'm the middleman.
He begins to take or attempt to take bites of his cut up steak and instead arranges them into the shape of a steak that has been cubed. And just kind of stares at it.
You
And
doing
then-
that clicking sound? Like,
What
or you're
clicking
not
sound?
smelling it anymore. Last time he was dipping stuff and like making clicking noises when he put it into his mouth.
Oh,
Starts
no, well,
separating everything on his plate by alphabetical order.
well, he's cut up the steak, dipped it in sauce, and then rearranged it into the shape of a steak.
Okay, because yeah, I have a note here that he made very peculiar clicking sounds. Is that retconned or is he...
No, he's just not doing it now.
Okay.
He's already dipped his steak. It's done already. You don't know the process.
he's
I don't
the last of a
understand the
zombie.
process. Yeah.
Peas and mashed potatoes don't belong together at all. I separate them with
I
my
eat them
knife.
one at a time, one pea at a. With
Put them
with a
in order
chopstick.
by size.
Okay, so he's organized his meal. It looks like is he looking like he wants to eat his food?
He looks like he makes motions to skewer the cubed steak onto a fork, and then stops just millimeters before it, and then brings the fork up to his mouth as if he's eating, and pretends to chew by moving his lower jaw up and down. A peculiar
What else
sight.
does this bloke look like? Like, I'm close up to him, but he's got
He
slick back
is-
hair, scar on his forehead, like browed forehead.
Prominent cheekbones, very sharp chin, and angular jawline. Very... almost... kind of like a saucy Frenchman, you might say.
Okay. Not tanned or pale.
He's pale as anyone else down here.
Okay.
And
It doesn't look like he gets out much.
I don't think many people around here get out much. That being said, he's wearing a cloak that completely covers his shoulders down, so the only thing you see is his hands playing with his food and his face not actually eating the food.
Got you, Adam.
What?
Oh,
What
I
is
need-
this?
Well, what is that? What the fuck?
It's him. It's him, except he would look older, I guess, and be scarred.
Big nose.
He does not have the big nose.
Oh, okay.
Frickin' Usopp nose.
Yeah. Man, smelling stuff. Time zone's over.
As he begins to pretend to eat a steak, he occasionally glances up in your general direction.
So what exactly is it that the middleman can do for you, sir? He who has a hit on his head. I like the alliteration of the H. Anyways, I'm not in a position to say, go into their headquarters if they have one, knock on their door and say, hey, this guy says knock it off. I can't do that. Nor do I think they would comply in the first place. I don't know if I would be able to set up an arrangement for you to meet in person. Not because I don't think that you would want to. I'm sure you would love to. But they are not going to want to. And
Yeah,
would definitely not agree to such an arrangement.
I mean, you know who I am, right? You know.
I know a lot of things.
Yeah.
I know recipes that I'm not supposed to. Affairs that are not public yet. How many toes that someone might have hidden underneath their boots.
Okay.
Lesser or more than 5. and the time of day. But some of those things are easier to find than others. So what exactly can this middleman do for you, or can I go back to my meal?
I'm just gonna go console with my friends momentarily. May come back, but for now, enjoy steak. Thank you very much, middleman.
He nods and begins to pretend eating his food again. None of the things move, and not a single little piece of meat is disturbed. You walk over to the bar where you can see Zen and Dauntless currently idling about, bread eating, and water drinking. And Varys is here too.
Inhaling.
Yeah.
I like the consistency of this bread. It's fairly tasty.
Good.
This is
food.
actually a really nice trip, honestly. I'm glad we made it.
As am I.
Well, you're not, and I make knifing motions, so that's a good thing, right?
No, yeah, kind of. So,
Kind of.
Good, or good as in, we're
yeah,
not
good
really.
as in like, well, you know, yeah. Middleman over there.
Bread for your thoughts?
Is that fellas now? I'll hold the bread. I'm fine. So it looks like this is a hit, and it's gone on for a long time.
He's
a lot
just
of
that.
tradition.
He's the name suggests. He's not actually.
Not to
He's
my
the
knowledge,
middleman.
as the name suggests.
So professional. I'm going to assume that he
Gone on
can't.
for a long time. Very well funded. It was odd of me to come down here, apparently. So
Moldy.
Mhm.
Not to be harsh, but these are all things we knew.
Sure, yeah. We're just getting it out there.
Well, no, I'm recapping before we decide what we want to do next.
I can go and ask for services and maybe information, but as a middleman, there's a certain degree of courtesy and discretion, I suppose. So we might be on our own to leave here. If we leave here.
Well,
Did he hint at all if these assassins were hired, or were they acting on their own accord? I feel like that's been a talking point every time we've tried to discuss their motives.
Been seemingly hired. If a hit's been put on me, then it's been put on me.
Okay.
Not just willy-nilly.
Do we know why?
No. We can go ask old librarian, maybe, for a fee.
We might have to do that.
Might be able to glean something, but
Like,
It would help if we.
anonymity and professionalism is the word down here, so I don't
Yeah.
think, and I don't think we should push this guy
The only thing I would say,
answers to begin with.
if we take that route, would this potentially be exposing our new librarian friend to danger? Because then he would, if.
Well, here's the thing. Our librarian friend is, no offense to him, he's very helpful. Not our friend. We paid him. 2,
This is true.
people who don't want their information gleamed by him. He flat out said there are magically inclined individuals who put a lot of resources into blocking out psychic powers like his.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't even know what to ask, to be fair.
You might have to take a trip down your own.
Yeah,
Down
but
your-
my own as me.
Well, I agree to some respect.
Or someone else we think could be behind it.
Both, probably.
I
Your
would
old
start-
boss.
Well,
Starting with your old boss, and then working around people who might have. But before we do that,
Okay.
what did he mention? What the process, like hypothetically, if we wanted to hire our stabby friends, if we were prospective clients, not we were actual clients, does he just drop a message and they handle things on their own? Does he have a contact? Does he?
What's their name? I'd be a middleman for it. So we'd probably have to speak to them, be like, hey, this would be something that needs to happen. Then they get back to him as a middleman, and then if they want to, they do. If they don't, they don't.
The way I see it, there's two like I mean, there's two obvious ways of dealing with this, at least. There's finding out who hired them and dealing with them directly,
Mhm.
and finding out why.
Still
Or
doesn't
B,
remove the fact there's a hit.
yeah,
Oh, is that?
which I feel like is, and it might be, and maybe that'd be removing from the board the reason these assassins are doing what they're told.
Payment's a payment, though. If I was them
I
in
mean,
that situation, I would have.
technically, have we tried swinging it that? I mean, technically they did succeed in their hit.
All right, while they're talking, I kind of glance over. Is the guy still eating his food?
Air quotes round eating, yes.
All right, I just want to make sure he doesn't like leave while we're discussing this, and then it's like, oh no, this is about to get a lot more stabby. So while they're talking, I would like to keep.
What's
an
the
eye on
bartender doing while we're chatting about this as well? Because I'm like right in front of us.
Well, I was assuming we're stage whispering, so I don't know.
I can't stage whisper in here.
Well, we're
way you can
the
stage
assumption
whisper.
is
I
we're
think we
stage
get-
whispering, but
I
like
think
if
we
we're
get way too much.
focused-
We as a group don't understand discretion. We got if we're stage whispering, we can only stage whisper so much. I don't think you just say things very candidly, accepting that we can't be heard, but I'm pretty sure we can.
All right.
I mean, we could probably try to speak quieter with like a couple of rolls, I guess, but if we just assume that we are, then there's nothing to say that Adam's like, well, I'm just writing this down as other person in room, like. But yeah.
But to my point, the other option is to actually find some way to go to these guys and themselves, and at least this particular hit would be dealt with if we could find a source. But at the same time, the person who hired them in the first place could just hire someone else. So
Sure.
if we want to go, so like I feel like our two options are to ask how to procure the services of these people, or find out who procured their services in the first place.
Well, over there, I'd have to ask. They're not going to want to deal with me. So,
I mean, we're all associated now. We're all not a big room.
that's not really going to be an option then, I don't think. We have to find out answers, hopefully, by looking to the past of other people. But we know what works for dead folk, so
Well, the only thing I would say is the past thing is you may want to check yourself.
before you wreck yourself. Yeah? For what reason?
Well, maybe there's something that happened that you didn't realize from your perspective or something. Well,
Maybe.
I don't.
Yeah.
But again, it's
It's weird to talk about these things in a metacon or in a.
the magic is limited because he took a glimpse at your past and he saw Daros and not me. So like the magic, there are limits. That certain magics do supersede.
It's worth a shot, I
All
suppose.
right, if you think that this guy is a dead end, we should probably get the hell out of here. Is what I'm saying.
I don't know. They're a middleman, so they.
Like I said, the only thing I think to ask him is like hypothetically, if we wanted to hire, what is that process, and if it even.
Is keeping their nose out of things, so that's why they're a middleman here, to facilitate the needs of other clients that don't come down here. So it's could be fucking anywhere. So it's a emphasis on H though for hit. So I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into stuff.
And it sounds like we need to look into your old boss, find out who he
Sure.
pissed off, and then by extension,
Me.
who he pissed
Yeah.
off enough that it extends
Then I
beyond the
proxy
grave
to me afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't want to say the line, but can we attempt to leave this room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you going?
The librarian. Yeah. Cataract man.
Traversing back through the undersewer of the city, crossing through where the exotic pet guy is, and also the slave guy. Well, they're nearby. They're right next to each other, in fact. You find the librarian in the same pedestal and stool combination with his fancy fat book. Just doing some rudimentary things like reading.
Mm-hmm.
He's just kind of looking downwards.
I kind of nudge Laszlo.
Oh, hello, librarian. We return. I don't think I spoke to you previously, but hello. I am Mold Man.
Oh, hello, yes. I am the librarian.
I'm in need of your services.
I deal in all sorts of forbidden knowledge.
Okay.
Things that should be not seen. Things that can be seen. Away from prying eyes. Oh, hey, it's you guys again.
Hey, while they're talking, I want to keep a lookout.
Oh, the skeleton.
No, I want to keep a general lookout and like make
Okay,
sure
did Zen come with us?
Yeah, no, I didn't stay there.
I was just like, well, no, we left Zen. Like,
He's a
okay.
functioning alcoholic. He
Shit,
doesn't need.
yeah, I can't leave the bar without a couple of pints.
I'd like them to go.
So,
How might I help you?
Do you?
No, the Muffin
What
Man.
do you? Yes.
Well, he's
500
married to
gold.
the Muffin Man.
Are you using that book to as a focus to use your skills, or are you just having a read?
I may do multiple things with this tome of mine. Why do you ask?
I was just saying I had an orb of divination that may be able to aid you further in this request. But if you have that all under control, no worries. I would like to look into the life of someone dear to me that has unfortunately died in recent years. Would I be able to ask for you to look into their life for me?
Prying into the past is the easiest, followed by the present, and the hardest is the future.
Okay. I would like you. How much would this cost, by the way, for a past looking?
My going fees start at 50 gold pieces, or 150 Samir.
I'll ping you over 50 gold. I'd like you to look into.
Now
The
you must be
murder trade-
warned in the future
whoa.
that my divinations are not 100% foolproof. There are many things that people will do to prevent prying eyes from peering into their privacy. And if
Okay,
it is not successful, then I do not offer a refund.
Sure, worth a pop. 50 gold. There you go. I put that in front of you so you can grab it. Right here, as you like pulsating, doesn't he? Like, there you go, right here. I'll jangle a little thing of gold. I would like you to look into the murdered trade prince of Alexio Navarre, please, of the silk trade.
Interesting.
Do you need a product of theirs to make it easier? I have a scarf that was gifted to me by them.
Objects of that sort do nothing.
Okay.
Name
Anything
is
else I
more
can-
than enough.
Okay.
And names down here are very powerful. Real names, that is. After all, my real name is not the librarian.
You gotta say though, if it were, your parents were really planning ahead.
First
Yeah,
name
I-
the, last name librarian. Awful name for a child to have. Very well, here I go looking into this Alexio Navarre. Rolling dice.
Oh shit! I said that part out loud. Uh-oh.
His eyes begin to roll back in their sockets. His hands wave in very, very flowing motions over the top of his tome, of which the pages begin to flutter as if an invisible force is moving them back and forth allowing whatever invisible knowledge is perceived in the universe through these invisible strands that this individual is perceiving. Almost like vibrations on a guitar string, he is reading them in the same way that a bat reads the echolocation of its screeching. Through this intense process, the individual begins to waver back and forth, causing him to sway in his seat. You suspect that he might almost fall out of his stool, but there's almost some sort of gyroscopic stability to him.
Whoa.
Kind of like a chicken's head.
Almost like magic.
Almost like a chicken's head.
He's a giant chicken.
He's a giant chicken. You guys never asked what he looks like.
I'm a chicken. But...
Eventually, this begins to slow in pace until eventually he comes back to his original position, his hands placing his palms open on top of the pedestal with his very large tome. The pages eventually cease as if whatever phantom force is moving them has ceased all operations, and he opens his cataract eyes once more. He looks at you with somewhat of a toothless smirk, almost. Not a smile, no teeth are shown, but the corners come up.
He does that. Okay.
My divination was successful. Your money was well spent. Now, open your ears, for I will not repeat anything unless you pay me.
Okay. Fuck. Guys, get rid of the right stuff. I need everyone's help here. my little gamer hands can't do too much.
Alright, you do that. I'm gonna just keep a lookout to, and I make knifing motions again.
I'm saying that as Dan.
Okay, no, I know. I just kind of making sure.
Play with my knife in real life.
Dude, I got a butterfly knife for my birthday, and it's like the coolest thing ever. When I
Like
go
a
to school
practice one, or a real one, which are, I'm pretty
Totally
sure,
legal.
outlawed in in New York State.
I was kidding.
No,
No. Like legitimately speaking, the joke was
he's
like,
welling up. He's gonna cry.
no, the joke was like, oh man, my uncle got me a butterfly knife for my birthday, and
Steve
like,
Jobs
I
got
love listening to like My Chemical Romance, just looking it in my room. It's like
I got this really
shit
big
ever.
coat as well. Jeez. Okay.
I think pen spinning is cooler than butterfly knife tricks. Because you can.
Pens. Whoa.
Pens are everywhere. You don't have butterfly knives everywhere. So if you're just in the office, you can't just whip out a knife.
You're never more than 5 feet away from a butterfly knife, Adam.
Just like how you're only... What was the thing for, I think, spiders? There's always a spider within, like, something feet of you.
Good.
0 feet. You are a spider.
Spiders kill bad bugs. I don't like bad bugs. I like spiders.
That's what
Bad
Big
bugs,
Spider
bad
has told
bugs.
you to...
Big spider.
has told you to... No, anyways. Alright,
fuck.
so, Alexio Novare.
Yeah.
The librarian asks you, how far back into his life would you like to look? It does not go as far back as conception.
Oh god, it's gonna be like Big Bang Theory intro.
I clapped.
How far back were you thinking here? So they were quite young, or like middle-aged when I was granted employed with them. When I joined them, were they? I'm making a little personal history look back. Did I join them while they were already like monopolizing, or was it sort of early doors as a little family? The silk trade. Because like early arc, essentially.
He
what I
was
like to see.
already in the silk industry as a result of family ties. You came in when he was more or less being changed over to be the CEO and owner of that particular branch. So he already had history in the business. That's not the burp filter.
Or just before that, then, as to see how they had gotten over to that position. That's a ladder jump.
Well, that's just a father to son business exchange.
Oh, okay. Did his father die? Or-
Yes. Of natural causes.
Okay.
If by natural causes I mean he
He
died
fell
of
on a dagger.
No, he died of just old age complications that caused him to not be able to do things like normal people do.
Okay. I don't want to be morose, but his funeral.
I'm gonna say something that would get you demonetized.
Yeah, I will start just
demonetized and non-monetized.
before he died, and then the lead up until present. Well, as long as his life was. If there's anything juicy in there.
Both of the late Navares, both of them being dead now, on the last couple of days, you can notice that, or rather, the librarian tells you of the few instances of when Alexia would actually go to his father's deathbed, essentially, while he was sick and bedridden. Many instances of time he would visit after the day's work hours are concluded. He would return home and tend to his father's bedside while asking him personal questions, many of whom things were like, you feel like you lived a full life, just so that
Give me the job.
Sir, what is your mother's maiden name?
Well, some of the stuff was business related, of like how to deal with the manufacturers, people who give them the raw materials for the silk trade. It would be referred to as the what the fuck do you call it? Giving people the raw materials is referred to as something in the business. Anyways,
Lackeys.
No, it was business and family related things. They would just have casual conversations. He would bring meals so that both of them can eat at the same time. Sometimes would be required to feed the bedridden individual, because he could barely even hold a spoon. Look at this guy, he can't even hold a spoon. And in the last days, the parental figure did some things, such as just tending to his father's deathbed, just makes you as comfortable as possible. There was a couple of physicians that would come in every once in a while to just give him rudimentary checkups and medications that came in the form of these like pastes that he would apply to his face. I guess topical ointments and whatnot. Kind of a greenish hue to them, almost like aloe vera. In any case, on the last days of Alexio and his father, he traded over information that has to do with just a couple of, like, really super niche things that would be relevant to be very affluent in the silk trade market. Things like what kind of feed is the best for the silkworms to have them produce the best materials. Dipping into using spider silk as a different source of silk from really big spiders, so that you can have, these huge threads, literally, of silk that are comparable in tensile strength to metallic steel. But mostly it would be from silkworms because those are significantly less dangerous than giant spiders. But locations of particularly good sources of silkworm eggs if they need to recoup any kind of losses, because silkworms aren't immortal, they die off eventually. All sorts of little things like that that were very relevant to the business. And a couple of things like take care of your mother, who is still doing well and not bedridden and dying. Unfortunately, Alexio was an only child, or fortunately, depending on how you see it. So he was the sole heir to this silk market empire, so to speak. Although it wasn't quite an empire, it never really got off the ground. But in any case, that's more or less what happened with Alexio and his father before he passed away. Nowhere in that conversation did he say, "Alright, now I want you to put a hit on..."
Kill him, who's not even...
I want you to hire this bodyguard, and then
Kill him.
specifically...
And then you
Die
get
too.
killed.
Can I get a sewer vibe check while they're doing this?
Want to look around the sewer.
A sexy rat and a flat rat. Is there, do you see a flat rat?
Both. Fine, go ahead and make a perception check.
It was his hat. He was number one.
10.
You can see all the typical ongoers from around here. You were only here maybe like 25 minutes ago, so very little has changed, honestly. In regards to the type of people who are staring at you, no one is, because that's rude. There are no new customers at the moment, it's just the people who run this place. They have a lot of idle time in between actual customers, which is kind of okay because the price tags on these things are so high, you can afford to have a smaller clientele count. So everyone is kind of just either doing business, such as the silversmith is actually making jewelry illegally. You're of course with the librarian. The individual who is cracking the whip at the exotic slaves market is practicing his whipping motion.
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure.
And there are guards stationed at every corner, many of which are standing in dark, shadowy areas so that their presence is not seen, but is typically well known that they're looking at you like a mall cop.
Right there.
You think someone would just do that? Bribe a guard to look the other way?
Never.
I'm just trying to be safe. I'm just looking out for old Moldy.
Okay, what's next in the librarian's lookings?
Alexio himself was so caught up in the silk trade business, taking after his father's death, that he did not have so much time as to start a family of his own. Many of his times were spent in business meetings or overlooking the manufacturing of his silk products, going into the actual workshops to overlook the workers and do inspections on almost each and every single bit of garb and every bolt of silk cloth, to an almost nauseating amount that he would come home, barely have enough time to eat, and would presume to collapse asleep as soon as humanly possible, waking up at ungodly hours, right even before the cock crows, and proceed to almost repeat this process ad nauseum. For the most part, he did not have time to socialize, and the only type of happiness that he came to the realization of was that he was proceeding with his father's business to an almost scary amount of potential, and he was doing very well in terms of the business. He would upgrade his living arrangements to have a bigger house, have construction to make it taller and more lavish looking, hired more servants, guards, and other personnel to keep around him, many of whom were either people pretending to be his friend in the form of like yes men, actual assistants to help him from his daily business going to and from either the silk worm farms or the actual manufacturing buildings, and then standing behind him during business meetings to take notes on clientele and anything that could be used in a court of law if improperly used. You were hired, of course, as a bodyguard during this time. You were not the only person, but in some cases, some locations around the continent, you're allowed to have bodyguards, but you have to limit them to a number of personnel sometimes, just because maybe the room's too small, or just having 5 guys in one room is kind of just like inappropriate if it's for that kind of work purpose. Especially in the hookah rooms, which is where you guys know where he was eventually murdered in. If you're not a customer who's actually using the establishment in that sort of way, you don't have much. You don't have to pay for that many bodyguards. Of course, you were standing outside, so technically you weren't using the room, but no other bodyguards were in the room at the time. That being said, let's see. Most of his stuff is just a montage of him going to work, waking up, doing stuff, eating sometimes, going to work. It's like that fucking SpongeBob thing of that guy who's just like facing the same position and goes from the car, office, traffic, back home, and coming to bed, honey. Yes, dear.
Yes.
but without the woman, because he's basically by himself.
Yep.
Of course, he has his brothers and sisters, and by proximity, his nephew, to whom you know, Yazid, one of Alexio's nephews. They on occasion drop by, just to make sure that he's not killing himself over work, which he kind of is. Haha, foreshadowing. Seeing as he had little to no time to start a family, many people were in conversations with him, asking him hypotheticals of like, well, what happens if you're not able to pass on the business to your son if you don't have one, and various many things like that. The conversations were usually mildly humoristic and hypothetical in nature. It was just like, oh, well, all this silk's gonna just sit in the desert if you die and don't do anything when you're dead. Oh.
Who would be saying such things like that, though? That's the... Would totally be left in the desert unless... Haha.
There were many times where he would, poignantly, go to other competitors of silk trade, either be the people who produce the silk themselves or the makers of the products, such as the clothes that are typically seen around the area, like the headgarbs and the very light cloth that is highly attuned to wearing in desert climates. You would go to businesses undercover as a regular guy, not as Alexio Navarre, the trade prince of silk. Go in there and just kind of do hidden espionage and reconnaissance on other people's silk trade businesses, essentially looking for weaknesses in the form of maybe he can sneak in to different people's ledgers and find out their asking prices, and then he would sometimes go to a producer of goods and then sneak away, find out who their person who makes the silkworms is, and then contact that person, cut them a better deal, and then starve out other people. That was essentially the start of how he was beginning to monopolize the the silk business, is by literally choking out the competition. Not literally, though. He wasn't choking them with his hands. Some people kind of caught wind of this, as his disguises weren't the best, and his face eventually became pretty well known. He was not magically inclined, just very well business oriented and has his nose for money. So his disguises weren't great. So by the time he went to like the fourth company, they kind of recognized him from the outset, and he was not able to sneak into their office and sniff out their ledger and all that sort of other things. So they just took him on a tour of the silkworm farm, and that's all he got to do, which was frankly kind of boring in his opinion, because mine better, essentially, he was thinking the whole time. In any case, that is what he was doing. All the while, he would essentially be saying that this is for my father's legacy in that regard. And that was more or less his business mindset.
Which one was the place you went? Was it the Dewgrath, Crystal Spark, Dead Swallows? Like, is there a particular one you went was like that, and he sort of cottoned on to him a little bit, or he just had the tour? Or was it not a specific name?
Well, the Crystal Spark is a mining company, so...
But they also do in the silk trade, it says on the notes.
Yes, and they got into that relatively recently.
Mm-hmm.
The Dead Swallow is a scavenger clan, who is also in that business.
And then the Dewgrath.
And the Dewgrath is also a different family that has a bit more of a history in that.
Okay.
Now, some of these families that are mentioned, these ones that we just listed off, they are relatively newer in the silk trade business. Some of the ones he was able to successfully actually choke out are not even on this list. And by choke out, I mean, just starve them of business.
Simulate, yeah, sort of take out all there.
What else do you want to know?
Just like the times nearer towards. I'm just trying to think of anything that might have occurred.
Did someone?
Yeah, like.
I'm assuming this is all like conversation. Like he's like you're summarizing it in the place of Tilly. He's summarizing it to us, and he's saying it out loud.
Basically.
So this is all right. Did anyone ever? Is there any instances that stand out of someone maybe approaching him to like acquire his business? And he like, no, this is like almost the opposite of what you just described of him trying to snuff out businesses. Like someone coming after him and him just being firm and saying, no,
Rightful
this is
and like,
yeah.
No instances of people trying to buy him out. By the time he essentially was taking over his father's company, it was already big enough that he had enough of a swing of things that very few people would have the monetary power to actually try to get into his position of trying to muscle people out, with the exception of the Morgemoth family.
Are there any significant conflicts with the Morgemoth family that like stand out as particularly? So I know that their kind of rise was kind of parallel to him. So does there any like conflict with them that like stands out? Oh, this is a red flag. No pun intended.
I get you. Let's see. Later on in his life, when he was relatively successful and is still in the monopolizing phase, I take in mind he never actually got it completely done in terms of monopolizing. He was assassinated well before that could be established. So everything is a work in progress that never got out of the beta stage. People were often approaching him to work as partners, not so much trying to buy him out. For the most part, he was smart enough and well attuned to the business that he basically told everyone to fuck off, because I know what I'm doing, I don't know if you know what you're doing, and you're asking for a split of my money, go fuck yourself. He did this to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone.
Gotcha. I have a couple things, but I don't know if you have anything sprung. I don't want to like.
Go for it.
Are there any getting towards the tail end of his life? Are there any like significant disagreements? Not necessarily like hostilely, but like maybe like a concern, like in kind of arguments with his nephew, like because the nephew seemed to know something, but like did any family member like either be
Or have like an outburst or something.
not even necessarily like I want you out of the way so I can take position, like, or maybe even just in the vein of I'm concerned about this thing and I really think we should take this more seriously to that degree. Like, is there anything family wise that maybe be indicative of what we're looking for?
Many members of his extended family, because he had no nuclear family to speak of for the most part. His father obviously passed away, and his mother eventually passed away not soon after his father's death due to grievous grievances. Literally just, the widow following the etc. So it was mostly extended family. He was very much a family-oriented individual. Obviously, he's keeping the business within his father's name. In that regard, he would have his nephews and his brothers and sisters relatively close at hand in either terms of contact through different messengers or in direct contact by having them close at hand within towns. Many of whom were not associated with the business, but they were just in close proximity so that he knew that they were safe and close to him physically. He again didn't have much time to socialize, but he would, just have some of his assistants be like, alright, how is so-and-so today? None of them died or anything, and they were like, just occasional check-ins, and he had the money and power to do so. Many of his other family members were not in such lucrative businesses. Some of them were just little tiny mom-and-pop shops equivalents, or maybe even just little pop-up stands in the local markets, so they had just had a rich cousin, essentially, or in this case, brother or sister. Many of the people who would be in contact with him for business-related things were some of the nephews and nieces who would become essentially looking up to their uncle as a source of wisdom for making money, seeing the difference in their parents' line of work and the amount of money that they live with versus the giant fucking mansions that his uncle is living in. They were like, alright, well, let's go hang out with the cool uncle who's gonna be rich and tell us how to get rich, and then we can work underneath him. So he had a different number of nephews and nieces, not only the one that was associated with Laszlo's Siegeworth's escape from jail. So yeah.
Okay. All right. I actually do have a few more. Like I said, I don't. Let's see. Let's start at the end and work backwards. If you know, if it's all right with the group, maybe we could revisit the day of his death and see if there's anything significant other than obviously him dying. Like, is there any? What are those events? How are those events relayed to the magical, somewhat objective observer?
All the events would be, of course, from Alexio Navarre's point of view, so his day started off as any other. Wake up, eat breakfast, clean yourself for about 45 minutes in the industry standard bathing and oiling and perfuming situation, and then he had an appointment to meet with a potential client who was supposed to be one of the silk distributors for the raw materials over at that now famous, or infamous for you guys, hookah joint that he was eventually stabbed at. One of his assistants gave him the time and the location for this meeting, and said that if you were to get this guy's business all to yourself, it would potentially be another step forward in having the entirety of the silk market under his blanket, so to speak. With that in mind, he went to this hookah joint with a stride in his step, and was very happy about his current position, only to be murdered, and the client never showed up. Because, well, he never got to see the client.
Name? You know what the group the client was?
The client was an associate of a upcoming group of people who is dipping their noses into the silk trade. They are a potential person who is only... Sorry, not potential person. Potential company that has a rich history in the mining company. Mining business, not mining company. Mining business, and has been attempting to get into the silk trade to expand their sources of income for only about 2 to 3 years at the time of this meeting. That's the Crystal Spark family. And the client that he was going to speak to was an associate of... Actually, no, not an associate. It was one of the members of the family. Goes by the name of Emerin Crystal Spark.
Had he ever met this person before going to meet this person on this night?
In all instances, no. Many things would be through written letters of potential conversations to be had, and only time you ever met with someone in person was essentially to seal the deal.
Okay.
if they couldn't outright just say, wave their money around and threaten them legally, financially, or both.
So this,
They'd never been to the Crystal Family Silk stuff in recent years, like to perform his old choke out.
That one was the one where he was ousted before he could get into their ledgers.
Okay. He had tried to pull one on them and it didn't work.
and I kind of next question. Well, this question is kind of directed more not just specifically at the librarian, but also kind of outward to the group. Like this deal seemed mutually beneficial to both. I'm not really business minded, but that sounds like they wouldn't have any reason to not. Is that what it?
Sounds like they had known what.
They weren't competitors. They were.
No, but they had known that Alexio had arrived to their facility in attempts to choke them out, and they knew and didn't let it happen. And this sounds like a retaliation to that, personally. Like, oh, we've got this great deal, we're going to seal it up. It's like, that's the perfect bait to be like, oh, cool, I can finally do this. Prideful and all, and then... That's how I see that, at least.
I'm trying to think anything involving him that like him specifically.
Were any of those letters like spicy? Like, was he like using any like talking down, like disrespectful language, or was it just very business
threatening?
Business threat is like, I want like 90%, like high percentages of your stock or whatever, or percentage of shares and such.
Not exactly 90% rates, but rates that were only beneficial to him and seemed counterintuitive to making money on the other end. But otherwise, certain manufacturers, not the producers of the silk, would be essentially, well, if you can't fucking pay our things, then we'll just kill you financially by buying out all of your distributors.
Yeah. Aggressive business tactics may have been a prod to force their hand to become desperate and get them killed.
But to recap, this meeting was with one of the distributors he was buying, not with a competitor. So again, I'm trying to figure out if like the meeting was set up as a way to get him to a place, but like was the meeting with someone that was being choked out, or was like again with the distributors in this business setting, like do they really lose out or gain or lose out by being exclusive to him?
Maybe they had a more lucrative distribution deal, you know, with whoever, you know, who's running it now in the Navarre. Big ol' M.
Alright,
Oh yeah, let's continue with the day. Does anything else occur within that?
He dies.
Get to watch it
I
again.
gotta see it.
does he see it coming? Does he even get any kind of...
Is there any prelude that I don't see behind the door that, from his POV, like?
He is currently lighting up the little puck that is used to smoke the hookah. It is mostly engulfed in smoke before he notices that there is a looming shadow behind him. He cocks his head very quickly until eventually there's a stinging pain that goes through the center of his spine.
Hooker hitting different.
He was facing the door waiting for... Was he facing the door waiting for someone to enter? Or...
So the shape of the room, since you guys were there before, is like a slice of pizza. If you took like a bite from the pointy tip, so that's not completely pointed because it's a donut-shaped room. Right, it's a donut-shaped building, and each room is a slice inside of that. So you have, obviously, the window is where the bread crust would be. I love this metaphor. The bread crust is where the window would be, and you have a semicircular horseshoe-shaped couch or cushions with the back facing the crust of the pizza. And then in the middle of this where you would presume like a pepperoni piece would be, is the table that has the hookah pipe on it, and of course the door that you enter through is the bottom of the pizza slice, the pointy bit. So technically speaking, there is a window that is at his back. It is relatively big enough that, as seen by first-hand witness Siegeworth over here, they escaped through the window.
Okay. But
It is on the second floor, but
basically, just to recap, he got stabbed in the back. He was facing the door, waiting for his meeting, for the person coming to the meeting to enter, and we're left to, and based on what we're left to interpret, someone came through the window, stabbed him in the back, basically.
multiple persons.
And he didn't, and because it was in the back and he's dead, we don't, based on this vision, we can't actually see who did it. It's just, yeah.
They got masks as well.
He was dead before his bodyguard entered the room, and so that would be where at least this line of visions would end.
Yeah, he was mid-hit on the pipe, so that when he opened his mouth, just a bunch of smoke came out, and then he got stabbed.
Gotcha.
Got a cinematic death.
Do you guys have anything else related to Alexio that I'm overlooking that maybe could provide answers?
Who was given the 4 when they were going around their place? Was it one of the prominent members, or just like one of the managers of the Crystal Spark family establishment?
Hold on. Let me just see if I got this. I think I might have said something wrong. Let me just double check. Because the Crystal Spark was going to be a producer of goods, not the actual distributor of the raw materials, so obviously they're two different parties. So Crystal Spark is one, and then the Navarre family is another that is going to be competing with each other. So, Navarre was trying to buy out the Crystal Sparks at a different point, or at least do the espionage thing that he was doing. He was caught out, and... Oh, wait, sorry. I think I said something wrong. Let me go back. And it was not Emery and Crystal Spark, that was a different guy. The one that he was going to meet with at the hookah business was one of the people who is responsible for a silk farm that was not in his company's, not tutelage, ensemble, I guess. But they were one of the direct people who were in the earliest days. Now, at the time, the Crystal Spark family was just getting into the silk trade business, so only about 2 to 3 years. So many of their business headings and relationships were still incredibly new. So Navarre was trying to go to their distributor for the silks worms themselves and talk to that guy, not the Crystal Spark.
Okay.
That one goes by a different name. The company was just a relatively profitable farm that is family owned, but they have enough silkworm setups that they were a major distributor, and enough to be competitive in their own right. That one is not the Crystal Spark family, that is the Dunage farm. That is it. The Dunage is the name of the family. Obviously, they're a farm for silkworms.
Yeah.
And he was meeting with one of the representatives, might have been either the father or one of the sons from the Dunage farm company, and he was trying to essentially, hey, I'm gonna have you solely distribute your silkworms to me, and then choke out the Crystal Spark. Crystal Spark.
The Crystal Spark family knew that espionage was attempted to muscle them out previously.
Well, this is from Navarre's point of view, so you can
Yeah.
assume things if you want.
So he didn't see this coming, like, at all.
I think it was like the bait was too sweet for him. It's like, well, I can finally monopolize. And if the Crystal Spark family knew this, they're like, well, they've already tried to fucking yoink me out and trick me out, therefore I'll tell them, say that you're going to have this meeting, don't actually turn up, I've got this handled. here's a good deal, and then they've hired the assassins to kill Navarre in this ultimate honeypot.
I guess you just think there'd be some sort of warning sign. You don't escalate immediately to murder.
Well, I think this happened a few years prior, maybe when they were just starting out. They're like, oh, new business. I'm gonna go there as little secret me, try to look at their books. They already had recognized him, cottoned onto it, and I'm like, well, fuck you. That's a slight. You're trying to muss us out. They've had letters of aggressive business offers, like I'm gonna, 80% or some crazy number. And obviously that's a bit of a shyster move. I can see the pridefulness of, Alexio getting, snuffed out as a result of this, trying to be a bit too brazen.
Hmm.
And the reason the Navarre family's still going on is now they're cupped under the Mordremoths, and no one fucks with the Mordremoths. That's what I've gleaned from that. So, why I am now signed on for death is unknown, but
I could only
maybe,
think.
maybe because I saw them, maybe?
But do you want to jump over to yourself now?
I have another person that I think we should look into.
I think
but
we
like
should,
if
the brother, the nephew?
yeah, Nazir. I think we should look into Nazir.
Yeah?
Because
Might as well.
maybe not his whole life, but like
What dealings he may have
his
had with the
dealings
Crystal Spark
right before
family.
the death, right
Yeah.
after the death, and like basically, definitely everything.
And he
that,
knew
like,
about this place
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, he knew. So
Well, why would he send? There's only two reasons.
it's not even necessarily why if he did it. It's like why did he get involved with? He knew something and had enough reason to. Again, he had enough reason to get involved, at least in the case of, getting involved in the affairs that he did. So I'm curious if there's anything we can glean from that as to why he did, and maybe there's like because he knew something that he was too afraid to tell, even up to this point. So
What was your point going to be, Zen?
With the cousin that sent you here,
Mhm.
there's only two reasons he would send you here: either to actually find out the truth, or low possibility is hoping you wouldn't come back. It's just a possibility.
no,
He wasn't happy to see me. The reason could have been, what the hell are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. I sent you away. Or like, oh, you shouldn't be here. You're gonna, croak the bucket.
why the unicorn? Why the warnings? Why not just if he's really
Mm,
Oh yeah, I forgot about the unicorn.
yeah.
why the unicorn? Why not just
Why
let
would
the
he send
assassins
that
do
if
their
he-
job? It feels like it would be
Counterintuitive,
just,
yeah.
it feels like it would just be a relief off his shoulders to
I
have a
forgot
loop
about
tied
that.
up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Seems like let's look at the. Do you want to still look at the thing, the brother? Nephew,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
I mean, I forget if I said this, but I was thinking it a long time ago. It's like he may have unleashed the assassins and realized he couldn't put the cap back on that particular bottle,
Genie out the bottle. Yeah.
and felt bad about them kind of cottoning onto you. So like,
Yeah. I mean, I did see them as they ran off, so it's like. It's like, well, you're a witness. I need to, realign a new target on you. And...
The tattoos are still what's getting.
Yeah, that's the mark, apparently. So,
All right, but Nazir is
but
my.
as we know, the religious connotations to that is much broader. So, but they could just be religious connotations. They may not be, ink related.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We don't have to talk about this too much, but
Oh, by the way, as well, just while we're down here, before we forget, if we leave prematurely, we should get some potions. If there's a potion dealer down here. Never a dull moment without a potion. I'd like to look at that after all of this, if possible. But
Potions
yeah,
are perfectly legal, so they don't sell them down here.
super potions.
They're just more expensive.
Okay. So they are down here. They're just more costly.
No, like if you want a more powerful potion, just pay more money for it.
Okay.
Potions are legal.
Right.
so I mean, if you want, I can put the 50 because
Sure, yeah.
Nazir is my lead, but like I'll fit the bill. But if you want to like give the name and.
Sure. Yeah,
yeah.
okay. All right.
It's- That's yeah. So let me just see how much gold I have.
Fuck, man. Jeez. Yeah. Okay.
I glance around. No one's gotten within stabbing distance, have they? I'm sorry to be paranoid, but like, still.
It may as well be my middle name. Yeah. I don't have a middle name. Do I?
Nope, it's the same people in the room.
Okay.
Oh, is it? I thought this was like an open stall.
A canalway.
Open
It
market.
is, if you consider it just one big room.
Fair enough.
Roomba. I'd like to... Nazir Yazid. I would like to look at their life now.
Yes.
Yes!
Enthusiastic, Zen.
Yeah.
Hell
thank you.
yeah, Zed! I'm liking this.
Well, no. The story was
Oh,
apparently
man.
there's this bird feeder that you could attach to a window like an AC,
Uh-huh.
and someone did it
Suppose-
in New York and woke up and there were rats inside.
you
No.
hear the little
That's
the
unfortunate.
rat.
Just wake up and there's rats in your window.
The storm vermin in my room. What is this?
No, to eat, you just hear guttural screaming.
Yeah.
Grim
Late
Nick.
monk
Adam runs in the room with a little fake
burst through the
blowhole.
window.
Adam, what are you doing here? It's my time. Glorious death. Oh, he's lost the Grim. Oh no. Oh. Jeez.
Okay, let's continue. I'm sorry.
Always have
Yeah.
room for rat conversations in these parts.
Yeah, let's skip over the
obviously rat.
disgusting rat conversations and talk
I
about
thought-
something more sanitary, like dead people.
Rat.
And murder.
Rats. Yeah. My homeboy Nazir Yazid. What's his life been like? He's still alive, so I will look to his past. He was 50.
I must warn you again that my divinations are not perfect, so
Okay.
let us proceed with this
Proceed.
person. The same spiel of his books fluttering and his eyes rolling back. He looks, as soon as the pages stop fluttering and his eyes return back to the regular resting positions, he does not have a smirk across his face.
Worth a shot.
My vision is blocked.
As in, it
Blocked,
didn't
huh?
succeed or actively blocked.
I can typically tell when it is me failing and when I am being forced away by an unseen barrier. It is the second one.
Okay.
Almost like trying to enter through walking through an opening, only realizing that someone has a glass panel and you kind of bump your nose into it.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
I mean, yeah. What next? Reckon.
I mean, in regards to the librarian here, I think there's only one individual whose side of the story could bear anything, but at the same time,
Who's that?
I don't know that is it even worth it. I don't know. I'll leave it
I
up
don't
to
know who you're on
you.
about. Who?
The bodyguard.
Which
If we
one?
want to,
There's like multiple bodyguards. Me?
I was being coy.
Oh, I don't want to say. Was I say my name here?
I was trying not to use names, but
Oh.
I forgot. Are you disguised?
yeah, you're wearing a
No,
mask, so
I
I'm
got a
trying to
mask though. I got like a full,
Ah.
little Arabian Nights kind of get up.
I have the stone dwarven mask.
Yeah.
That was hideous and purple.
I don't know. You less purple now, old man.
It's been saying getting less and less purple.
All right. I mean, if you want to, don't say I didn't warn you. I got a pretty fucked up life. All right. I'll look for me. Can I whisper over to the guys like my name? That's my name. He was 50.
All right. All right. Wait, you got the 50?
I got the 50. Yeah.
All right, and then all right. So
I say my name to the librarian.
do
L-
you
let's
say your name, or do you just give your
My-
name, but not
my real name,
connected to
yeah.
it? But do you specify?
I say,
specify
let's have a look at this guy.
this bodyguard? This is one of the bodyguards.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the.
That total good-looking one right here.
Book flutter, eye roll back, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Actively block him.
Oh no!
That'd be
didn't
very
work.
telling. You joke, but like,
Sorry,
work.
your ad blocker is turned on.
Ooh, is that uBlock Origin? Sorry, buddy, you can't get that.
is it actually the case or?
I don't have uBlock on my.
It's not on
Oh no,
Storm's
but that's
browser.
I'm not a mean. No. I mean, feel free to ask away. By the way, on this bodyguard.
Okay,
Hey.
Mr. Bodyguard. You do realize when I look in on this,
Yeah.
it's the whole past.
I know.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure you know.
I know.
And you've betrayed your name to someone down here. Old man. Just
Well, no, like are we talking about this guy? Because we said we gave his real name, but we didn't like specify it's his past. We said we were looking at this bodyguard name of Siegeworth, whatever his last name is, and that's the way that's the way I would have phrased it. I don't know if that's how we ultimately did.
yeah, and you guys coming down here is technically in the past.
Fair enough.
He sees that. He
It
sees
goes
Oh,
it.
who's
it's
that?
pretty
Oh,
it's
that's kinda weird.
pretty
That's kind of
wide.
weird. What the hell? It kind of looks like a guy I know.
Kind of looks like these people in front
Oh,
of
that's
me.
kind of weird. How's that weird's that?
It's like watching a stream with like a 10-minute delay.
Oh, hey, there's me. Like,
Hey, there's me.
that's what I look like now because I haven't got eyes or whatever, or cataracts.
I mean, we're kind of like at it. We don't have that many leads, so it's like at this point, it's like
I am the lead, apparently. Yeah.
that's why I put it to a vote, though. So it's like, all right.
Was it about this person that you would like to know about? That you may or may not already know?
Well, let's start because they were there at the night of the assassination. So let's start there and work backwards or forwards, depending on if. Probably backwards, but let's start with there. Let's Let's get in.
Bodyguard was standing there with their back towards the door facing the open hallway. The individual in mind heard a bit of a ruckus in the form of, if you've put a knife back into the jar, and if that jar was someone's back, that's what it sounds like. It is not a, silent, completely, effort. The body makes noises as the wind is blown from your sails. And by then, peering into the room where their employer, deceased, a number of individuals with porcelain masks escaping through the back window. He rushes over towards his dying employer, only for the last words on his breath to be nothing more than a sputter. Glancing out the window, you notice that, this particular room is on the second floor of the building. Not enough that one would immediately die from jumping out, but access to the second floor would have been exceedingly difficult without some way of climbing or flying or magic or something. There are no handholds to find. The walls are smooth, and not many buildings around here match the height of this establishment to allow them to access the rooftop by jumping from a parallel building. You return back into the room, only for someone else not in your employer's pay walking past the room, the door slightly ajar as you burst through it, and screaming bloody murder. At which point you were arrested. This person was arrested.
Discretion. All right.
You've already broken that wall.
Rewind a couple seconds. When he enters the room to confront the bodyguards, are they already on their way out, or do they see him, pause, and then hightail it?
The majority of them were basically halfway out of the room already. Many of them were peeking in from the corners to establish that their companions were making it out without any further harassment. For the most part, you only saw these sort of the third and fourth still relatively in the room. The other ones were propping the door open. Sorry, the window. Door of the window.
Hit and run, no tattoos. Okay.
At which point they were arrested.
Okay. What happened? Relay to me just the next, like, 2 or 3 days.
They were not in a prison cell for particularly long quantities of time. It seems an associate of theirs has bailed them out under the guise of darkness. And when I say bail out, I don't mean with money. It seems they snuck into whatever containment facility that you were being held in and got you out in the same way that criminals would get another criminal out of a jail cell. None of it was legal. And they were then issued in the cover of darkness to stow away onto a boat for further adventures. And the rest of the 2 days were on boat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What's the tone of the conversation between him and the person who rescued him?
Very quiet, very hushed, very rushed. As if to get him out of there as soon as possible.
Does this bodyguard have any direct dealings with the business? He's just the bodyguard, right? He doesn't have any direct dealings with, like, the business part of it. He's just, that's that.
Bodyguard's job is typically to guard bodies. Their financial input is swept underneath the rug in the same way that you would dust in the wind.
And let's say the month leading up to that day, was there anything of significance that anything that stands out, anything that seems like this is an abnormal day?
One time this individual woke up with a particularly bad sneeze.
Okay.
It went away after about an hour and a half. But at which point his nose did begin to bleed. And it was as a result of very, very low humidity in the air.
Okay.
Many of his days in this bodyguarding business were relatively uneventful. No one came up with a knife held trying to assassinate his employer, if that's what you're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
And several business meetings went out of the way and were not within earshot to get a full conversation of most business dealings.
Does anyone else have anything? I'm not done, but, like, I don't want to, like, if someone has anything they want to ask, I don't want to.
Well, you said the low humidity nosebleed thing. Would anyone else around the bodyguard notice this as well, or was it just him?
This is from the point of view of the bodyguard. I don't know if he bothered to see if anyone else's nose was bleeding.
Let's go a bit further back. What's the interview process like for getting this position? Like, what's the from him deciding to, like, him maybe learning about this job and then getting it? What does that look like? What are the interviews like? What is the general like?
The interviews are conducted by someone who is not directly the person you're going to be guarding. They do physical tests of physical and martial prowess to see if you are capable in combat situations, and as many as 1 versus 3 assailants. You do not need to be successful, you need to be successful in guarding your ward. So, maybe putting yourself into a choke point and getting your ward out of the way is one way of passing the test. One-on-one combative prowess to see how well you are with particular weapons. Many instances of them will be in close quarters, as indoor fighting can be different than outdoor fighting. A test of loyalty, verbal and written agreements in the form of contracts and such. Establishing a pay route to be paid on a bi-weekly basis.
I rack my brain. Low humidity in a desert climate, like, wouldn't it always be at low humidity? And this, like, how especially humid or low humidity would it have to be?
That is on the individual basis. Some people have different capacities for what's constituted as low humidity, especially considering we might be in close proximity to, say, a body of water.
No, I understand that, but as someone who is more... This bodyguard is acclimated to the desert, assumably at this point.
They may be dehydrated as well. Alright, that was just a small thing just to break up the thing. That don't look too much into that, please. That was just a tiny detail I was just trying to fill in the gaps with.
I'm just asking, like, does that make sense? Like, false memories? Maybe it's just like, oh, we replaced his memory with, like, oh, he just...
I think he was just... I think he was just
trying to fill in the blanks.
I think he was just trying to... It was just a way of, like, verbalizing that nothing special happened.
Okay,
just a chair or whatever.
Fair enough.
This motherfucker.
You have to be careful. You have to be really careful when you embellish Adam.
I shouldn't
Give
have
this
to
guy
be.
an inch, she
Well, 'cause-
Fucking Charlie, it's like nosebleeds.
Fucking, okay, the entirety of Bioshock Infinite with, like, the nosebleeds. It's like all false memories.
Well, I haven't played Bioshock, alright? So, consider what games I've played. Skyrim for like 1,200 hours.
Carol.
Well, look, when you bleed in Skyrim, the NPCs expect you to fall over and die, so...
I think I just sneezed a lot. That must be what it is. I love it.
There's no such thing as filler content in this campaign. It's all plot relevant.
Is that a clue? Is that a detail? Is it?
No, that child that was almost killed in session 2.
He's
Plot
now...
relevance.
Yeah, he's
That
now
was
the
session
fucking
1.
main
That was
villain.
actually Loki.
Oh wow.
I guess
Whole time.
we'll have to... Maybe we'll find out.
Uh-oh.
It's
Look, I'm just saying, false memories are a thing in this setting.
I know.
Now we lost her place.
No, I'm just kind of stumped. I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
sure
I'm
what else to
stumped too.
ask. Um,
Did you say you saw me on a boat? That thing? When I was stowed away.
That was one of the things.
This bodyguard wasn't didn't attend any of these espionage missions with their boss, did they?
No.
Did. Alright, the only thing I could think of. You said that the boss gurgled something. His death knell was just gurgling. Are you able to hear what that gurgle was?
Do I have any water on me that I can gurgle? Hold on. Damn it.
Maybe it
Well,
just
because
gurgled.
could it
My
have
bottle's- my
sounded
bottle's-
like
maybe if we throw some gold and go back to Alexio's perspective, like, do you get an impression of what he was thinking, or like what he meant to say, or is it just completely like sensory? Like, is it just where you're anchored to him, but you're not actively inside his head?
The nitty-gritty on how this specifically works is certain motions that you put forth into the universe create ripple effects that can be read. Now, this is why the past is the easiest to read and the future is the most difficult to read, because the ripples haven't been made yet. In any sense, the future ones are, if anything, mere speculation. So, in regards to what has actually happened, no actual words were put forth into the universe, although his words were unintelligible. He was trying to verbalize something, obviously, which means that you had the idea in your head. But certain things are not within the purviews of my ripples.
Gotcha.
They need to be cast into the universe for me to read them. Certain things like thoughts are basically impossible to read. Emotions are slightly different, as they can be read on your face, or tone, or other means, and context, of course.
I mean, the only thing I could think to ask in that is, like, obviously he was surprised to get stabbed, but like,
I think we all would be.
yeah, the only thing would be like, to what degree? Like, and that might be like, even that might not be within your range. Is like
Pain
surprised to be
and
stabbed,
surprised.
pain and surprise, but at the same time, like, the shade of the surprise is, man, I didn't expect to get stabbed, but I'm not surprised I'm getting stabbed. If you catch them, if like they,
I understand what you're saying,
yeah,
but those inner thoughts would have been
exactly.
impossible for me to read. If you're trying to say I have cast my line too far into the deep end and now I'm paying for it, then no, I cannot tell if he was thinking that or not.
Fair enough.
Good metaphor, though. Good job, me.
So,
Sorry.
That was good. Yeah.
I have one quick question, because I heard it and it kind of slipped past. The bodyguard's back was to the door, and then the subject who was stabbed, his back was also to the door, or his back was to the window?
To the window.
Okay.
Pizza slice.
And he did mention that there
Wait,
was
pizza
another
slice.
figure that passed before the door was bashed open to scream bloody murder. So there was another figure that walked past. We don't know who that figure was.
Wait, what do you mean pizza slice, by the way?
The shape of
The way the building is, so like you have a central piece and each slice is a room. If you're in the center, being in the core of the pizza, And then the
It's the
outermost
core.
part is the crust. The core.
The crust being the
See,
window.
you see,
The
it's
crust being the
actually,
window,
it's
yeah,
also, it's like a pizza, but it's also kind of like a salt shaker.
Okay. You stop that. You need to calm down.
I'm just trying to.
I'm the salt shaker guy. It's me. I am copywritten salt shaker as a scripter.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of adequate.
Be honest with you, Joe Rogan.
Now I might be tapped because I'm like, yeah, I think
Okay, well, you don't need to pry any further. Okay, this fella.
unless this fellow were still looking at this bodyguard wronged someone prior to being hired. This is a separate matter, but that's just hypothetical. I feel like that's getting too far away from what we.
Well, we're only down here for one night, so if you want to ask any questions, this fella. Yeah, a hell of a lot harder to come back here afterwards.
Prior to the night of Alexio's murder, those porcelain masks are never seen in. Well, I guess in either of the individuals' past. Those masks never come up, correct?
Well, the one who got stabbed didn't have time to turn around to see it.
So none. Period.
No.
Gotcha. So no.
As a proprietor of someone down here in the, undermarket, I have a bit of information that I can share on a personal level. For a fee. It's about the masks.
Okay.
Okay.
Is he reaching under his table for anything?
His tip jar.
Jingle, jangle, jingle.
I like to imagine his hand goes under the table and it's like knives
Oh,
out and it's
what's
just like,
this? Oh, I can't.
Yeah,
see. Can you tell me what it
pulls out the
says on
tip-
here?
Well, he pulls out the tip jar. It's like we all just like
Tip
get our.
me, please. Wow, it says that.
I asked
I'll
I asked the librarian. How do these fees compare to your normal fees?
This one is fun because it's not over the counter like my medications are. These ones are up for negotiation.
Fair enough.
How much do you folk feel like this is worth? About these porcelain masks. I'm a very reasonable man, business-nosed, and I'm not even casting anything to give you this information, so... Is it expensive? Inexpensive? Worth someone's life?
If I may pip up at this moment, DM.
What the fuck does that mean?
In character or out of character?
Can I just fucking like give him a fucking reach around or what the fuck?
Tally ho, good sir. May I
well,
pop up?
It would involve several people's lives now that you are technically in the fold as to what we're looking into. Because if you are aware of this, then this may put you at danger too, my librarian friend.
Librarian.
So us looking into this, we're trying to do right by everyone.
How do you surmise that my life is in danger just for knowing this?
Well, this bodyguard is a
Not.
friend of ours, and his life is in danger for just being there.
And he's the one, whomever this bodyguard is, that is marked. No such librarian has any mark on their head. Unless you decide to put it out yourself.
Fair
And in that
Willing.
case, that's a threat.
No, it's not.
We're gonna pip that down to just a not thing.
Our friend has brain damage.
No pipping here.
I'm sorry.
But you know, it does.
I've got.
mean, just a lot of.
I've got
money,
100
but-
gold right here. Does anyone else want to add to?
I could also throw in 100.
Wow, looky here, 200, just right here appeared.
I put in 50.
Oh.
I'm a little light on gold.
Okay, well. Jar's getting pretty filled. Jeez.
Indeed, so. I might need to buy a bigger jar. Thank you for your patronage for the last couple of readings and now. Now perk your ears up, little ones. For these are...
They're right behind you.
Yeah, I let them do that.
Let me
I like
take your
them
money.
do that.
Thanks
let
for the
them-
money, chump.
Honestly,
No!
I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it's too late to make this distinction, but like considering that we were told not to look anyone in the eye, I feel like I would be looking away. But my focus, like listening, would be on the librarian, but I would be looking outward, kind of in the same vein as Dauntless, but like maybe not. Ears backwards, eyes out, so this is basically. But like that,
Here's words.
yeah.
See
It
you
doesn't matter.
later.
It doesn't matter. That's
Gone, like. Oh.
Oh, those porcelain masks are somewhat of a well-known face, as it were, down here. Many people who come to buy their services pass through our halls. They go by many names, all of which are appropriate, but all translate to the same thing. Some people call them the Benebizian. Others call them the players, in the sense of someone who is putting on a show. Actors, if you will. So, either of those two names would be appropriate. They are a very, very mysterious on purpose group of killers, these players, the Benebizian. You're familiar with their masks that are usually synonymous with different faces that a court jester may put on when putting on a show for a member of royalty, nobility, monarchy, etc. These are uniforms, in a sense. Not so much to actually discern who is feeling a particular emotion, but to know which member of the squad is available. The Benebizian is not one small group of people with the same mask. They are a network of people who decide on the same uniform when they go out on a job. So one group may not be the same thing as what your bodyguard friend has seen. Might not be the same people. So going after those particular group of assassins would be about as fruitful as... I honestly have no metaphor for this.
I don't eat fruit, so it's wait a bit.
But you'd be going after members... You'd be,
A slack line if we're going down the.
You'd be cutting the head off of one Hydra instead of going for the body. How about that?
Okay,
That's pretty
okay.
good, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Good job, me.
Or could it be
saved
this one
He's really bigging
individual?
himself up. You put some more money in that tip jar, okay?
I take out money from my own pocket and put it in my own tip jar.
Whoa! I'm
Could it
rich.
just be this one cell has an eye on this bodyguard? Or would it not work like that?
For the most part, one cell takes care of a particular job. Whether or not it's done in the same time span is not up to me, nor do I know about that. There is a level of tradition and honor among these assassins. Each cell reports back to the head of the estate, so to speak. to whom wears a specialized mask that none of the other cells will ever use when they're on a job. Typically speaking, most cells will have a smiling, grimacing, laughing or crying, and some other masks that appear on occasion if they need to have an extra person on the job. But there's one mask that is always off limits for any cell to use. I am not aware of what that mask is because I have never seen the individual in person, but I know enough through context and a couple of other things, such as being a patron of the arts. There are particular masks that appear very commonly, and one that has not appeared in any cell hit jobs. That is how I know this. So technically speaking, by process of elimination, I do know what the last mask is, but
You don't know.
I don't know the face behind the mask.
You can only speculate.
Correct. Unless he decided to mix it up and add another grimacing or another facial expression that is not typically seen in these...
Sneezing face.
Flashback to the very start of the session.
Shitting face, sneezing face, coughing face, and then
Oh no, it's
the last one.
the last one.
I
Oh,
shitted
no.
Oh.
Oh Jesus! It's more like Wolf 4. Jesus, I realised.
It's getting a little fruity in here.
It's getting a little fruity. Yeah.
The
Pulls
scale
mask
of
off,
this
it's
of this network, though, is this a Sanctus thing, or does it go to your speculation? Do you think it goes way beyond, or is it like you think they're mostly is mostly a Sanctus-based network?
Different places have their own wetworks companies. This one is mostly founded and based in Sanctus. Date of origin I do not know. How long they've been around for I also do not know. They are beyond my... not beyond my years, because I don't know when they started. But they are quite mysterious in that regard.
Okay.
Members' names are not known so that I cannot scry on them if I wanted to. And just saying the person who wears this mask would get me several different results. As previously described, one happy man is not going to be one person. It's going to be anyone who wears that mask. So you may hire out their services, and they have as bit of a tendency on their jobs. In their earliest years, when they were still relatively new and getting their feet and hands deep in the guts of this industry, I guess you could call it, they were very crude and almost downright sloppy to the point where witnesses were seen. Like a certain bodyguard.
Mhm.
And other times, they have gone out of their way to make sure that there are no witnesses if it can be helped, and they even taken on some sort of new outlook on life. They're victims, of which sometimes they don't hide, and sometimes it feels like they're showing it off on purpose, are marked off with specialized religious-themed markings.
Mm-hmm.
Are these the targets or the
targets of the killing, yes. This is
But not-
typically not asked for by the clientele who simply just wants heads to roll. This is something that the players will do of their own fruition. It is part of the dealings that not only will the person be killed, but they will be marked with these religious symbols. I did some very minor surface level research into this particular type of marking, as while I was not witness to it, there was a testimony of someone screaming in the streets, and immediately went to one of the nearby temples, accusing the monks and priests there of being the murderers themselves. there was a big hullabaloo about that. It was later deemed that there were enough alibis of persons in the temple while the murder was happening for these monks to be innocent. Pretty easy alibi. So, it was deemed that there was a third party involved. Of course, that would be players. Why they took on these slightly religious connotations, I say slightly because I don't know what their prayer schedule is like. But there
Would you say the tattoos are on a whim, by the individual judgment, or are they reserved for the prime target? Or did the prime targets, do you know if, well, I don't know if this is too specific, but like, would you know if the prime targets get marked, or is this like something they do kind of like
Everyone.
in the case of a witness, or
witnesses typically go murdered without any of these markings. There have been scenes that were most likely done by the players, where there are witnesses strewn about the area, in very close proximity to what is deemed to be the hit. That person is typically marked with these very simplistic but very meaningful tattoos. They are centered on the forehead and spider out throughout the rest of the body. In my brief lookings into this, it seems that this particular tattoo styling has to do with some of the Sandstrider deities. For the most part, I do believe that many of them are associated with death, rebirth, and different types of energies that would be relevant to someone in that line of work. So I wouldn't say that you would see anyone marked with agricultural tattoos. That would be inappropriate, unless they were going to bury the body in a grain field. But in this case, many of the tattoos mark the individual to be favored deaths. This is to say that you are a soul who went through life having achieved enough of something that you do not need to be reinstated into the soul recycling or consuming if you're really bad. Essentially means you've fulfilled enough of your life that means that you've done something worth accomplishing, and your soul does not get devoured by the jackals, nor do you get reinstated into the soul cycle. You are marked to be present in the afterlife for the rest of eternity. Or at least that's what the books say. How true that is, I don't know. I am not a practitioner of these faiths. I am a man of truths.
Woke.
So, in terms of contacting the players, you can find a person of particular interest. He goes by the name of the Middleman. You can find him down here in the marketplace, where he might be. I'm not sure where he is right now, nor am I going to expend any of my divinations to look where he is. He's probably somewhere down here. But you'll know him. He's a very odd individual. Very particular about his goings-on. You'll sometimes see him walk throughout the streets and he'll take an extra step on his left foot because he accidentally touched a crack with his right foot. Something odd like that. Very weird man. And that's, not to say that I am insulting him at all, but it means that he is easy to pick out from a crowd, because he'll be walking backwards and taking extra steps, all the while counting and murmuring to himself. And anyways, enough about him. If you'd like to contact someone to mark someone for death with the players, Then you can find this man and he will put your contract forth for them. Taking a small fee from whatever you pay the players as the middleman is how he makes his living. Contacting the players directly is nigh but impossible. How you could do so is not something that is within my purviews. I have a great wealth of forbidden knowledge, but there are some even things that I cannot see, as you've already seen from people who have protected themselves from divinations. So, if you'd like to put out a hit on someone, that's your man. The middleman. Trademark.
Well, I appreciate the information.
Is there anything else this humble librarian can help you with?
I can think of.
We'll take the deathly silence as a no.
Okay.
I have nothing else to do for right now, but I'd prefer if you didn't idle in front of my pedestal.
We'll get going.
Gonna go back to the bar or head on out? Not coming back in.
Well, we might have to find a corner and try to have a conversation before we make that decision. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it looks like there's plenty of corners. We could probably just...
There'd be a guy in the corner. Yeah.
Corner man.
This spot's taken.
Guyless corner. Sorry. Just man.
Just remember to mind your names.
Sure.
Okay.
Would you like to be doing this stealthily?
Stealthily as we can.
There's a role associated with that. In the classic terms, I'm going to activate stealth.
Okay.
Stealth conversation.
21.
19.
A low roll.
No, I'm
for
sorry,
me,
20.
15.
20. Would you roll a 1?
A 3, and I got 15.
Oh no, I rolled the 1.
Oh.
Clang, 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 clang.
Clang, clang.
You'll muffle out our conversation.
As you guys pull away into a dark alleyway, Dauntless shoulder checks one of the hidden guards inside of one of the shady corners, causing them to dip just into the light of a local torch sconce that you can see that the bodyguards are painted in a very dark color. Any skin that's exposed has what looks like black soot smeared on it so that they blend even better into the darkness. Yes, I am saying the guards have blackface.
But it's for camouflage purpose.
Yeah.
Not for racist purposes.
We don't know that.
They're not they're not the
Hope
prime
not.
minister of certain northern countries.
Certain northern countries, yeah.
Sorry.
It's always about a fucking reference to that fucker. Like, okay.
All right. This is
Apologize, Dauntless?
Yeah, I said sorry.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
He sulks back into his corner where you can see that he is not going to leave, so you pick a different spot, somewhere else in the tunnels. You find a location that is far away from the vendors and the actual bar itself. It is one of the conjoining rooms that has nothing more than just a few hallways to connect room to room. It is away enough, and the acoustics here are in such a way that it's relatively contained, even though there's a small echoey effect.
okay.
You feel as long as you're not too loud and making tip-tap noises with your feet, it's actually relatively muffled inside of this tube.
Tubes.
Kind of like I said at the bar. It sounds like if we want to find the assassins themselves, our best bet is to at least approach the question to the middleman and see, at least figure out what it would take to get some kind of, whether it's what that process is like. Whether it's he sets up a meeting or he just delivers a message with the name and we pay him directly. Again, here's my one asterisk though, my one addendum. This guy just double confirmed we're dealing with honor-bound assassins. So the trade-off,
Not going to tell us who.
finding them and stopping them again, unless you really are just a witness that they don't want. This really is just a case of you're the witness, you've seen them, they want you gone. We are still kind of in murky territory because we don't know. A, again, I don't know who we would be put in contact with, and B, basically if eliminating them is a band-aid rather than a permanent solution. I think it's our best bet right now, but I also want to put that forward in case anyone has any thoughts based on.
Well, I was going to say,
But
this
I'm
sounds
afraid.
like a personal pride thing with that other mask, is that he screwed up big. And then it's just like, this is kind of hung over his head.
Entirely that's like I said, that's entirely possible. It could be just a matter of that family that the librarian described to us hire the original hit, and it's possible that the assassins, again, knowing there was a witness, took it upon themselves to are still all these years later trying to get rid of this witness, and to the point where
Who told us how to get down here?
we know exactly who did.
Exactly.
Nephew.
So, yeah. So they
You
knew
don't-
about this
wait.
place and therefore knew about these services.
Are you saying
Like
the
he-
nephew is the mask?
No,
No, if any-
no,
I-
the
if
hirer
anything-
of,
The nephew, which actually, I feel like we've had this conversation before.
yeah, we have. Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say, from what we gleaned from the librarian there, the mask snuffs out targets because he was very reckless when he was younger. But if he was very close to a witness, such as this bodyguard, he may have a soft spot, but at the same time his professional pride is on the line. So even though privately he has to be an assassin.
I think it's more along the lines of, hypothetically, someone, if that's our line of thought, this individual hired the assassins, he's not directly associated with them, and then realizing that, oh shit, they have this honor code, I only wanted this one person to die, I don't want any more blood on my hand than I already have, because situations,
Okay.
he may have tried to usher the witness
Hence the
away.
unicorn and
Why he-
gatekeeping and that, yeah.
No,
So-
okay, I get what you're saying. That makes sense, yeah.
Because again,
Is it like a matter of like a join or die situation? It's like, well, I know, so if I become one of your ranks, I'm sworn to secrecy. You know what I mean?
I don't think
What other way is there? I can't just take them all out. So.
that is the thought process I'm working with right now. That the bodyguard is just collateral damage. The only thing that's really throwing a monkey wrench is that the tattoos that, as described by the librarian, seem to be reserved for the prime target, not the witnesses. So it's. But maybe it's literally that long a hit. The hit has been out there so long, and it's such a matter of pride that they've made an exception. It's entirely possible. But yeah, it might be our best bet is to reach out to these assassins. I don't know if we have the means to, honestly, but if we did...
On them as well. Yeah, we could just be like, nope. You could just be like, nope, you could die.
Like I said, ask the middleman.
You could join them.
That's what I'm saying, join or die, you know?
If it is because you were solely a witness, that might
But
solve
you
it.
guys are all witnesses as well. It's like,
Yeah,
Now
they
we
haven't
are.
gone after us.
exactly.
Well, this is 3
Well-
degrees of witnessship.
Yeah, but I'm like direct AF.
Here's the thing.
Old school.
We are let's be honest though. We're all, if by the logic of the story that he told, we're all marked now.
Yeah.
We saw the assassins. That is why if that is the reason that if that's the reason that we're dealing with this in the first place, then we've all seen these assassins. We are all. I pause, but I let the thought go.
Mhm.
Yeah, anyone who saw these assassins is now a target.
But it seems their animus is particularly reserved for one of us, so I don't know if that tracks.
It's possible. But here's, like I said, maybe the middleman could shed some light as to what exactly the process to hiring them is.
Well, if you want to go talk to them, we should go as a group. But I don't want to be speaking much more than I already have. And he may be not there anymore, so...
Take a peek. We haven't been gone more than...
Yeah, I've already... Just be very cordial and respectful, so...
Touch his steak.
Yeah.
Don't touch his steak. Yeah, good point, old man. Okay.
I've separated the steak by weight. There's only 6 ounces here, and then there's another 2 ounces here.
Oh, there's a crack there, be careful. Oh, okay.
We're labeling autism as superstition.
OCD, it's not autism.
Sure.
Okay.
Alright, is that the next step?
Sure, yeah.
Kind of has to be.
Back to the bar and find the middleman, excuse me.
Middle Dan? Is that you?
It's all coming back to you now.
Never
You
die.
took my took my wand. I want it back.
I still have his crossbow. I'll give it back to him.
Oh, it's him.
I haven't gotten rid of that yet.
It was his crossbow. He was number 1.
You go back to the bar and find the back table where the middleman was eating. In fact, he is still eating. You see on the corner of his table are 3 empty plates, all covered in a familiar-looking sauce. He is working on a 4th plate, and is currently doing the same bullshit that he did with the other, presumably steaks, that he's doing with this one. Chopping them up into relatively even sizes, dipping them into a sauce so that it has an even glaze across a portion of it, placing it into a steak-shaped giblet bits, and then pretends to eat them as you approach.
Was you got? Is the plates still have the steak on them? The other plates? Or
No,
does he
they're
just eat
completely empty.
Well, you said
4
pretends
plates?
to eat. What happens to the steak?
It doesn't move.
When you're not looking.
He doesn't even poke it with this fork all the way. He just kind of gets it close to it, brings the fork without any steak close to his mouth, and pretends to chew.
He's basically trying to, like, be...
It looks like a kid at a tea party.
He's
Well,
pretending to eat, so it looks like when anyone comes in, it looks like he's just a normal patron. But he's really this is his stall, basically.
Oh no, I get that, but you said he had 4 empty plates. Like, what has he done with the steak?
You could ask him.
What's he dipping it in? That's what I want to fucking
I
know.
didn't. What?
Ketchup, obviously.
Maybe, fuck you. Actually, neck
Is
yourself.
that ketchup right there?
The patrician's taste in steak
It's
condiments.
ketchup, you fucking sicko.
It's like that bell curve thing. It's like on the low end, it's like ketchup good. Like in the middle, it's like ketchup actually doesn't belong in steak. And the top tier, it's like, well, actually, the tartness of ketchup perfectly matches the searedness of the steak.
Oh my god.
That's a
He's
crock of
fucking
shit.
Chop connoisseur. Like, that chop you got there, buddy. It's fucking brilliant. You wouldn't happen to have any chop now, would you?
Look, it shouldn't matter to him if he's not.
Curve, there's some freak with mayonnaise.
Like, if he's not actually eating the steak, it could be fucking literally anything. Just saying.
Well, I'm just
Eating 4
describing.
fucking plates of steak. That's a lot of
With
steak.
4 steak.
They're very small steaks.
I'll have your
4
finest
meals.
steak and ketchup. Your finest well done steak
I
and
want to
ketchup.
go
and
to
French
the
fries.
fucking Michelin star restaurant that my buddy works at and see if I can get a steak with ketchup.
Ask for that, yeah.
No,
And then he's gonna come out of
no,
the
no.
kitchen and slap the shit out of me.
Well done.
they're gonna make it-
well
they're gonna
done
make it
steak with
themselves.
ketchup.
I want a charred steak with ketchup. Extra
Kill it
chop.
and ketchup. Thank you.
Extra
Actually, I don't even know if
Steak
they. I
and the
don't even know if they.
dinosaurs?
I don't even know if they actually serve steak at.
Un hamburger.
I'll have some medium rare chicken, thank you.
Extra salmonella. Make sure to wash your hands with the chicken as well. Don't use soap.
I don't know. Would they appreciate like if you asked something as preposterous as that? Would they
It
be
wouldn't
like
be Michelin star. It'd go against health
well,
violation.
like would they be like very funny, or would they like are they in on the joke, or would they actually be offended? Like would they jive with? I don't know.
If
Well,
you've
they
earned
jive-
a
I think
Michelin
Michelin
star, I don't
stars
think you
jive with-
fucking...
I jive with salmonella, but no.
But like you're clearly joking for asking. That's like, oh yeah, I'll have your finest poison, please.
Their menu varies, but sometimes it might have steak.
Beep, poison.
You can't ask for poison at a restaurant. I'm just saying.
Well, technically, I'm eating it because it's fast food.
I brought my own poison.
Which
So
is
there's
chump
some-
in their eyes. Like,
I can just take out like a spice grinder that's filled with rat poison or something.
oh my god. Lily of the Valley kind of shit.
Alright, anyways, besides Andrew putting ketchup on steak in real life, let's get back to the middleman. All the while that you guys approach him, he is not looking at you, but merely eating his steak. At which point you get in closer proximity to him. Some of the people here are different. They have either left to do their own business, or new people have come in, as is the nature of leaving an establishment and coming back later. But this guy's still here.
I softly and politely ask, may I sit?
You usually eat alone. You have some sort of business with me, friend?
I believe so.
Well then, I suppose my ears are open for just a brief moment. I'd like to enjoy my food soon though, so speak quickly.
Alright. Alright. Not hypothetically.
I deal
What
in
is-
absolutes.
Yeah. What is the process for hiring certain individuals to take care of certain other individuals? Do we just pay you and then it's handled basically a bunch of times removed? Or do we pay you a fee and then you put us in contact with these individuals who specialize in the pointy stabbing of other people?
There are some times where you have one or the other. If you can
This-
simply drop a name and say this person needs to be dealt with, and you proceed that with dropping a hefty pouch of coin or samir, and that's business, then by all means. If you need to do something very specific that can't be very well told through the middleman, that's me, middleman, under risk that I forget some details or otherwise, like say you want them murdered at this specific time, in a specific location, or maybe there's something that you don't want me to hear, for whatever reason, I can arrange a meeting between you and the cleanup crew.
Okay. For this particular hit, I'm leaning more towards the latter because there are some specifics that I feel like, because this individual is a pretty specific individual, I guess you would, for lack of a better term. What?
I'm very familiar with specifics, friend. If it's a matter of time, date, where, and who that you can't disclose to me at this moment for whatever reason, there's a decent amount of security that needs to go into meeting up with this contact. They do not like to do so in most circumstances and would prefer to work through me, the middleman.
Mhm.
So your circumstances better be extraordinary. If that's
What-
clear, then I can go
What-
ahead and set up that arrangement now.
What is the minimum? Is there maybe a minimum amount of information that we can give you that would encourage them to maybe have a more direct meeting with us? Like maybe if we give you,
Is the person that you're going to have their haircut on this continent?
no,
Do you know which continent they are on?
to a point, I believe I know.
You believe you know.
Yes.
So if you're going to be sending off one of these hairstylists to another continent that is significantly more expensive to travel over there, travel costs and whatnot. So do understand that whatever you're going to be asking for, the floor has been raised already.
Okay.
The rest of this item's description will be up to you to disclose to this information broker that will put your request in for these hairstylists. If you'd like to arrange a meeting, you may pay my fee and I will give you a time and location at both parties' most reasonable agreement. Seeing as you're the one initiating the meeting, you should establish a series of potential times and locations to meet with this individual. Consider the security of the location, and don't be surprised if your location is turned down by the clientele, or to being too, for lack of a better word, stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have this information now?
Times are flexible, exact locations TBD, but
If you'd
Yeah.
like to disclose that, so that I can put this meeting into motion, come back to me when you have that prepared. Ideally also, the name of the person and where they are, unless you cannot disclose that to me here.
alright.
I'll be around, most of the time. The sooner the better, though.
Okay.
Person's hair keeps growing, and it needs to be trimmed.
You have no idea. The rest of the group didn't like hang back and hide in the bar, right? They were.
No, I mean, you were the one who approached. I assume we're just a couple of feet away, honestly.
Okay. Kind of have to go to the bathroom, so I don't know if we want to like, in character, find another corner. But
I
Time
pee on this.
check is we're 17 to 3, so we're almost at the 3-hour mark. So if you want to take it now rather than
Yeah,
in
break,
17 minutes, yeah.
My food's ain't ready as well.
Time check is 12:55 Eastern Standard Time. Why not say the closest thing would be
Quarter past?
quarter past? You need 20 minutes to eat? Huh?
No, oh, 15
There you
minutes.
go.
Oh, okay.
Let's say 1:10 or 15. Gave you
Okay.
a shaved off 5 minutes there.
I'm gonna
bucko.
have to eat so much.
Take it
Alright. I'm
in
gonna
a
I'll look at my
food pill.
steaks. Yeah. Right, be right back.
Okay, ring-a-ding-ding, everybody. We're back into Tailspire with another hit of... Oh, hey, I actually
Don't
have...
say these phrases. Ring a ding ding, fucking sent alarm bells. Truth is, right from the start. Wah, wah. I thought it was that.
God damn it!
Oh, I had the cola thing up too high. You never put the cola at 100.
If I put the cola
Or it's
above
just what
80.
endless burping.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like the intervals at which it intersects the belching sound, but if you put it at 100, it just changes every word to burp. But if I put it down to, say, 30, and then I talk, it kind of sounds like it's at 1/3 to regular interval.
I was waiting for it, I was really delayed.
Okay, back in, we are dealing with the middleman. He told you that if you can list a time and place that would be reasonable to meet up with one of these assassins to give them all the information on your hit, of whom is on a different continent, you can then discuss that. But you still need to give the time at least for the day of the meeting. And in order for him to set up the meeting, you also need to pay the guy. Because his job as the middleman.
Other continent? What do you mean?
I mean, we have no shortage of enemies back on Rutash, so I figure if we really need to come up with a name, I think we can easily come up with one. Being able to afford the complications of killing these people is a whole nother story, but like kind of improvising here, so we're kind of have to
Okay. Taking one from Mold Man's book, I like.
Like I said, I came up with 2 people off the top of my head that we could easily
I trust
stick.
your judgment.
Yeah, but like again, maybe if the conversation gets that far, I have 2 people we could stick on them, but at the same time,
Sickle.
maybe but then considering our objective, maybe maybe it won't get that far. Maybe it'll make things worse.
Sure.
I don't know, but this is what I got. Trying to think.
I mean, I'm just a little worried about sicking murderers on anyone.
I mean,
I feel like I mean, we do have enemies, yes, but like I feel like
Well, we could help out all alive but not alive guy with his tribe.
That's true.
Stuff.
I mean, all right. So we're all on the same page. I'm not going to be cagey about this. The two names that sprang to my head that were public enough that they could maybe be tracked down were Dovey, which is kind of because we, like I said,
Could be a good guy. Could be a good guy.
not
I
even
don't know
that.
too
It's
well,
like
so
finding
could be a good
where
guy.
he is exactly is kind of potentially an issue, especially considering if he is still on Rutash, we know where he is. It might be difficult to get
Sure.
to.
Yeah.
The alternative is good old Duvak, who is a thorn in the side of people in Rutash and potentially a much bigger issue than.
Is that Turok's guy?
That's Turok's guy, yes.
Yeah.
yeah, we could help him at a distance.
Kill steal.
He'll steal. I don't think he'll like that.
Kill
This is-
steal.
But this is also
It's not
hypothetically,
also true.
we're also like, I don't know if we have the resources to hire these specific hits, but they are the ones that seemed complicated
You got
enough.
like a little hit that maybe not like
Just a little wee bit of mercy.
on continent hit maybe.
Oh, if you guys can think of another enemy that I'm.
As a famous man said, I got a lot of enemies.
I can't name them though.
I don't know what the name of that song
Yeah,
is.
I can't think of anyone that's wronged me here. But,
Just, well,
And not
besides,
specifically.
yeah, they're just doing their job. I get that. So them's the jobs. Can you blame a man for doing his job?
Well, yeah.
They didn't choose who it was.
They just did a really poor job and got you involved.
All right.
Apples and oranges, okay? Ah, been assassinated by my
Good.
pen. Yeah.
If we can get the fee sorted, that's one thing.
But this wouldn't solve the whole, and I'd make knifing motions at last
Oh,
level.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
You know.
Well, no, the point is to get in contact with them, and then, again, I don't know if we, at which point.
I
That's
pull
one of
my
my
mask off.
reservations.
Look, it's me, and then they'll just stab me and I'll die. And then
Do we, like, is the plan to actually? I don't think the plan is to actually hire them and have them go.
I don't want to kill him either. I just want to stop.
We're trying to establish contact with someone, and that's the issue that we're dealing with. Is
Yeah.
um,
I don't want to kill them. I agree with you fully saying that it's a band-aid for a much bigger problem because it'll just happen again.
all right. So, going into this, once we have a set time, we're going to need.
Place.
We need some kind of idea. We don't need a step-by-step plan, but we should have a goal that we're all agreed on, and that way, this conversation at the very least won't.
We want to speak to someone with the
I'd
Fury
like to
mask.
speak to your manager. Yeah.
yeah. And then be like, I'm here. I know why you're doing what you're doing. I think. What do you need me to sign? You need me to say something? I won't speak. Or, maybe it's an honor thing and they just have to do it. And if that's the case, then, then we...
Well, it seems like it's a personal pride thing on the part of their leader specifically.
Maybe, but yeah.
So that leads us to the part we have to know right now, besides knowing that we have the money to follow through on this. Time and place.
Time and place.
I am...
What are you thinking?
I don't have a specific place in mind, at least not yet. That's why I didn't want to just throw the money at him right there. Time.
Them in the desert, couldn't we?
That's I'm
That's
gonna
a
level.
great
In
way to
this,
get killed out in the
we
desert.
could go in this, entrance to, a
Here
valley,
is-
and there's, a
here's
big,
the issue
stone
that
statue there.
I'm worried. I'm worried if we specifically don't pick a spot that is opportune for them, they will use. They are going to want a meeting.
They'll be like, nah, let's go in this alleyway.
I think we want to put forward a location that is opportune for them. That way, they have less of an excuse to turn us down.
Sure.
2, in the event this does go completely south, literally everything goes wrong. I don't want any more witnesses getting involved in the crossfire. So,
Maybe
then,
make something symbolic too, to help.
what do you mean?
What about the part of the mural of where the meeting of the two, the bard and the what's his face? Shit. But
There are
Aqualad,
guards
yes.
there.
Yeah.
There are guards there, and people.
Not at night though, right? Isn't it daytime?
I have to assume that
There's
there
gonna
are.
be guards there at night.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just selling Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, a knife-shaped cookie. Kind of weird. A fully grown man.
But like I said, I would rather, if the whole conversation negotiation goes completely south and we end up stabbed, I don't want anyone else to get stabbed on our account. This is how this all started, and I'd rather it. As far as instances with our direct involvement, I would like it to end here.
All right. What about another hookah den? Symbolic start and end of it. I mean, not the same hookah den, but whatever one is locally.
That is a possibility. Maybe it might help in this conversation with the middleman to give multiple locations.
Multiple hookah dens. All of them.
And like I said,
Get on a boat.
I'm not. I
Meet in the
think
Sea of Embrace somewhere. Got a boat.
that's also another option.
Meet us at
Like
the
I said,
dock. Heading out. Dock on the water.
mhm.
That might not be too good for them though, because it's isolated on both parties.
Well, to no witnesses is what we want. So I'm gonna level you. I'm almost more
What,
in
you think a
favor.
fish is gonna talk?
I'm almost more in favor of out in the water is something we were talking about doing anyway. Maybe that's what we specified, that we're gonna be out in the water. We're gonna rent our own.
We don't need to rent a boat. We've got a boat.
Oh, we do have a boat. That's right.
Well, you say boat, but I don't know.
We don't have crew for the said boat.
Are we talking about the same boat? I was talking
Your
about
foldable boat that you have, yeah.
Do
The
we
boat that
have
you
enough?
have.
Do
I
we
don't know
have?
if that's enough to like fight on if push
Do we
comes
have
to
enough?
shove.
Do you have enough Yeah. Problem is, do we have enough expertise between us to operate a boat with no crew? And because I feel like
I mean,
adding
I can
in all-
operate a boat, but I don't about the other facets of it. Yeah. I harangue orders at you if you listen to them. Maybe I don't know.
So 3 locations.
Or we could go meet him at the valley where we fought the Sphinx.
I'd really rather not.
Things might.
Yeah.
Hey,
don't
what's
fuck
going
with
on?
risk.
I'd really
Answer these
rather not.
riddles. We'll be the other side of that, and then they may just get eaten, or they kill the Sphinx, and then Is there any other enemies on this continent that we can use to pit them against each other if it goes that route? But that's not really MO, is it?
No, I think the main priority here is to deal with like you being, unalived.
Yeah.
Well, the bodyguard being unalived.
Okay, so we got hookah bar. We don't know where. We just say a hookah bar, maybe. Like a meeting booth.
Be out in the desert. Those are my
In the
2
desert.
suggestions. Like I said, I don't want witnesses involved. I think it's,
Desert.
and I think they would prefer that too. Otherwise,
Out in the desert or out on the water.
yeah.
They may rebuttal and give their own locations, but if so, say yes, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright, so it's actually not like.
Should you be the one that hires him then, and I look to Moldman?
That wouldn't make sense. He already knows that I'm a hit, so.
I mean, in terms of the middleman, I don't want to he's not an idiot. Like he saw us all walk in together, so like he knows that he already knows it enough that it almost doesn't matter which of us goes with this. But like this is if it's something that's going to compromise us, we're already compromised on this. So
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess then my only other last concern would be how do we make it known that we're not trying to like immediately just start a fight.
We know that they know that I know. Follow me?
I mean, here's the thing: we're reaching out to them under the guise that we're going to have them do their job, and then we're going to try and basically
Or maybe we just go
bogart
hey,
the
we want to
negotiations.
converse about that thing.
Didn't you ask him though, and he said that wasn't something they would be
That's
open
not
to?
really on the cards, no.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like if that's going to happen,
a viable route forward, if that's the case.
that's going to happen.
Hmm?
We proceed like this, and then we take our chances changing the terms of the negotiation when the meeting time
There and then, that doesn't really sound honor.
doesn't, which is
So I
why
don't think that's probably probably not a good idea.
here's the thing: we're also I don't have any other ideas. So
I mean, it could be a role I'm here to put myself in kind of deal. For the sake of pride and honor
Want-
and
you'd be
keeping
okay
their end
with
of the
that?
thing, just to, I don't know.
they might ask for you to go alone, and then
Then I'm
Just,
dead.
yeah.
that's
I mean,
the issue.
I kind of liked your idea of like joining them.
It's a join or die, I honestly, I can't really think of.
Yeah, I mean, you could use your survivability as a resume.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know, but yeah. I don't want to be swindling people unnecessarily. And like you say, I don't want extra collateral on this. You can avoid it.
On a funny note to break the silence, I got this ad for an idle gotcha game that says the tagline is "Tired of looking at your screen."
Yeah, fuck reading.
Yeah, but still play the game. Fucking.
Tired of breathing.
I like the idea. Join them. If you can't beat them, join them. And if they won't stop, join them so they will.
Stop. The operation starts from within. Kind of deal.
Well, okay. Actually, I have an attack, or I shouldn't say attack.
Okay, don't say attack, don't.
I have a vector.
I'm gonna kill.
No, I have a vector you could legitimately approach this from.
Sure.
Ooh, good synonym.
You
Me?
are a hired bodyguard.
I'm a mold man, yeah. Hired mold.
Oh, sorry. The bodyguard was hired. He was just paid to be a bodyguard.
Sure.
He did not have an emotional attachment to this man. Especially since it's going to get you killed. Him killed. So
Yep.
if he is willing to do jobs for money, why
Sure.
not? Just find a new... Not master, but you get what I mean. That our bodyguard friend... I forget if we're even doing that. Or keeping that charade up, but yeah.
I mean, my theory, if this isn't honor bound, if this was purely monetarily, I would say we could at least temporarily argue that they did complete the hit because they did. Divine intervention notwithstanding.
Yeah.
But if this is honor bound and they just don't want any living witnesses, it might not matter.
Yeah.
No, I get that. But this gives them an out.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Because otherwise I don't see an out. It's either we wipe them out entirely or they...
And then that's
kill
like
our
a whole
friend.
service of this underground gone. Albeit for nefarious needs, it's not going to look good on us being the ones that wiped out that. That's, a bit of a...
It just seems like this is a never-ending escalation otherwise, whereas this is a compromise. A tenuous compromise, but a compromise nonetheless.
I mean, having friends in pointy places may be useful in the future, but... I mean, morality isn't really a thing for me too much, so if I need to join them, I'll happily do it. If it means I don't die and you guys don't
Here's
die.
what we got to decide right now. Do we want to proceed and the guy says this is us hiring them, or do we want to just outright say to the guy, again, this might not be an option, that we're willing to present ourselves to them and speak this out civilly. And yeah.
My opinion is that's our friend's best bet, just because I don't really see them... I don't see them looking favorably on us trying to hire them as an employee.
Yeah, it's a slight on them, and I think.
Like I said, those are our two.
What do you think, old man? What do you think, old man to old man?
Have a choice.
Yeah, it's kind of hands are tied a little bit, aren't they?
Optional.
And like I said, if this is really the system they're basing this hit on, technically we're all marked. So.
I was thinking, the other day as well, we could be the League of Marked Men, because we're all marked in some fashion. Literally, Oh, man.
Yeah.
But we've already got the mask, so it's like we're kind of 50% there. So it's.
Slow your roll. I'm not signing up to be a murderer. I'm just saying, like, maybe our bodyguard friend could. And then we're still friends.
Okay. He gives me postcards, and I kind of hear from every now and then. But like the thing is,
I'm almost suggesting one step, not that step further. Again, honor bound.
Hmm.
Honor-bound assassins. I don't like I said. If we are gonna like present the sacrificial lamb, at that point, why put up this front of wanting to be an assassin when that's clearly not the case? That feels like it's almost we're making this too complicated. We're making
Sure.
this.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, I was legitimately suggesting he join the assassins just to become one of them and get them off his back.
But
I
then
wasn't
he has
saying
to
he
be
would
an
do-
assassin and basically be slave to them and their whims. And
And
is
I'm not
that what?
even really religious, so it's like.
I mean,
Well,
it doesn't
go
strike
to
me
it.
as religious. It's like the tattoos are just a scary thing to tattoo on someone that has religious connotations.
And what do you think they'll do to him if he says, "Yeah, I'll take your oaths and vows," and then fucks off back to Rutash?
There are murders to be had in Rutash.
I'll just be the Rutash guy.
I feel like we're talking in circles though at this point.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to do?
It's your call. It's your life on the line.
Yeah, this is true. I'm just
Yeah.
freewheeling essentially.
I agree with your statement in the sense that it's ripping a band-aid off of a much larger thing that's just going to come back. I think, yeah, it's become a bigger
Again,
problem.
we have theories and stuff that says maybe we could resolve this with one conversation or one confrontation, but again, because I don't think we have the gold to actually
Oh no, I don't think
facilitate
so.
what we're doing. So it's basically just down to yeah.
Well,
It's really just down to how honest we want to be.
well, paying for an assassination. If I'm back on your track of thinking, if we do pay them for a quote, essentially, on a hit, it would give them plausible deniability to meet with us, as well, if it is an honor thing. Like, oh, I'm just going out to meet a prospective client, as opposed to this guy who is blatant proof of my ineptitude. Has shown up on my doorstep and is now banging on my door.
Like I said, I feel like those are our two options. I don't like I said whatever. This is
So slight them, or don't slight them. That'd be
or
not
put an
guaranteed.
apple in your mouth and put you on a silver platter and say, "Hey, I'm
Yeah.
here. Come get me."
Yeah, but
Well,
then that's
maybe
just going to
that's
be bigger problems again. Same, going to make it even worse. I think.
Maybe
Well,
just, I'm here to talk.
Here's the thing: our middleman already, you threw the mask at him. He already knows, so
Yeah.
that won't be a revelation for him. So there's even a possibility it could leak back the second he leaves that bar. If they're depending on because traveling the world, there are different types of honor that mean different things, but depending on what kind of honor bound they are, they may or may not feel obligated to grant you a meeting. Again, I feel
A
like
lot of assumptions, yeah, but
we're making a lot of
that's all we
assumptions.
got. Yeah.
Point, we just have to I think we just got to pick one of these two options and go with it and just see where it takes us.
Well, I've been bold-faced about it previously, so I don't see why we shouldn't.
Okay.
So if you want to go resume your conversation with the middleman and see if that's something
I mean, I don't want to join them.
you don't.
I don't want to join them. I want to clear the air,
Mm-hmm.
if that's even doable. And if it's not, I will just not speak. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to continue a conversation like that. I don't know an out of that conversation. I wouldn't know. I would just be looking at the guy sniffing steak. I don't. So there's that. Very, very difficult. I don't know what to do. So it's like you can't go. I want to go clear my name, or I want to. Can you don't think you can have a hit removed? I'll ask about that.
Well, that's the problem. They're so secretive. There's no channels to actually have a conversation with them.
Other than
It's
the
just,
middleman.
Yeah.
I'll go ask him. I'll go ask him.
Ask him how specific you can be with the assassination too.
Well, here's the thing. He already just flat out said, if it's really that specific and it's that complicated, that's what's going to get us
It's a
the meeting with
complicated
them.
situation.
Versus the whole reason we're having this conversation is that the idea is that we don't have to give him a lot of information. He's gonna shoot the message up.
We should phrase it like this then. Hello, we would like to strike a meeting up with this clientele, with this company group of the players to discuss an extremely complex situation that has arisen years ago and is seeming to get out of hand.
Well, okay. What I was getting at is if we're really stuck on this point, and you can be really specific with what you want done, why not just take hit out on yourself because it's already there, and just say, but an hour before the hit, I want to talk.
It was already hit out on me.
Double. Well, you're paying them, and you're saying where you'll be, and just the only thing.
I think you're making it more complicated. If the hit's already out on him, we don't need to pay them to then put another hit on him. That's why I said, like, if the option to actually put out a hit isn't sitting right with people, we just literally tell them this is, at that point it literally is, this is where this hit you're already looking for will be.
Okay, then yeah, just do that.
But, like, will we get a meeting that way? I think.
Are we able to get a meeting about my potential death? Is that essentially averting my death? I don't know. I don't know what to say. If you tell me there's stuff to say, I'll go and say it. But I don't. I'm really struggling on what to say. Yeah. Hello. Still being weird mistake. Cool. We would like to strike a meeting together to discuss with your boss about an ongoing hit that needs resolving, or discussion surrounding.
I didn't mean to interject.
Hmm?
That was a legitimate cough.
Oh, got a filter on.
Oh, I thought you said allow me to interject.
No, don't allow me to interject.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Adam.
Well, now that I've interjected.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Oh, fuck you. You may continue.
Now that I've interrupted you.
As you were. I don't think lying is going to get us any further. We should be straight edge about it and be like, we know that this person was here early days, something sloppy happened, and that is a byproduct of that. And in recent years, you are now doing this in a clandestine manner. Can we discuss specifics on this and potential routes forward other than the resulting tidying up of someone's hair? Speaking of riddles. That sound good? Just see what they say?
I mean, if you want to, again, you've already started this conversation with the middleman. So if you want to talk hypotheticals with him, I don't think it could hurt our chances any more than throwing the mask at him already has. And if that fails, we do actually have people who we do have.
Oh, if you come with me, I'm not going by myself. You can then ask that if it goes sideways or doesn't lead anywhere.
Mm-hmm. All right, that sounds fair to me.
So what am I saying? Hello. I want to have a discussion. We want to have a discussion with your group that you are middlemaning for regarding an ongoing hit that has had extreme complications and may be resolvable in other means than typical nature. Because that's essentially what we would be suggesting, is a resolution in not the default fashion.
I mean, if you want me to like write a speech out for you, I don't know, but like
no, that's what I'm saying.
No, I know.
How does that sound? Does that sound? Is that hitting what we need, what you want, or as a group? Because that's essentially what we'd be going to have a conversation about. Is to potentially avert stabbing. Future stabbing.
Basically, just like we understand that there's an honor system in place, and we understand that but we, especially in the guy, if I'm not sure how to word this,
I don't want to lie to them, essentially. That's a...
I mean, that's basically it. If that's the case, it's just a matter of like, hey, I know you're looking for me. I don't want to die, and I would very much like to, especially if this is about this isn't, but if this is, again, especially in the vein.
This is a witness thing.
If this is a witness thing, not a contract thing.
Yeah.
Is there like? It's
Is there
basically
any
just appealing to their honor and seeing. Like basically just outright saying, all right, this is like we like there has to like there seems to be a lot of confusion. If it's not a matter of business, it means it's a matter of honor, which in case I feel like it's almost like we'll offer a meeting place and say we can be there if we can get some kind of guarantee that. Not guarantee. I don't know.
If we can get a guarantee, it's not going to be a bloodbath right out the gate.
We're not here to blow anyone's load, and we're not here to.
What?
Sorry, wait. Did that what I didn't mean. Oh, did I say no? No. We're not here to. We're not here to blow up anyone's spot. Sorry.
Okay.
Freud. That's not a Freudian slip. Shut up. No. We're not here to blow up anyone's spot.
I hear your load blowers. Is that true? No, you got the wrong industry here. Yeah, I mean, we just have a guarantee that there'll be no funny business and just pure conversation. And if then it turns into something else, then it turns into something else.
And then if it becomes load blowing.
Yeah. I mean, if we all go and converse with Middleman, sorry, do that. But yeah, can't see any situation getting even better than it is now, so only downhill it can go. So
I mean, technically, he already knows that you're a mark for the people he mediates for. So it's like, what more is there really to divulge to him?
Okay, well, yeah, let's all go back to the middleman.
Middle Dan, huh?
Remember him? We got him killed.
Remember him?
I remember.
He's underneath the table. Pat referenced him.
Yes.
Under the table.
Trusty crossbow.
I want my crossbow. My magic missiles.
Well, he's, you can find the middleman in the same place that he was exactly a couple of minutes ago. And now he has another plate piled up on top.
Is he doing a fucking food challenge? That's a lot of steak, Or is there like a bin nearby with steak that he's just piling up?
Throwing it out.
I'm eating all this
I'm
steak.
actually vegan.
Oh, yeah.
Just licking the sauce off.
This is people that kill cows. I'm eating them.
He's just prestidigitationing it away.
Maybe it's an illusion, I don't know. Anyways. Hello again, middleman.
For third time today.
Third time today, I do apologize for this complicated nature. I haven't had the burp for all. I heard the burp. I fucking heard it. I heard the burp. We were hoping to have a meeting with who your middleman in for to discuss an ongoing hit and to possibly communicate details and maybe avert something to do with the honor system that occurred years ago. If that would be possible, if it's even on the cards, that would be amazing.
I mean, avert the honor system.
Not to avert, to adhere. Sorry, slip of the tongue there.
I was on the burp filter.
I
not
yeah,
the
so
other
I
one.
fucking,
Yeah,
he's
okay.
actually eating the steak.
What do you mean by avert the honor system?
I said it here. I said it here to the honor system to keep in line with practices. I don't know, as it is a, as you say, a secretive group. I don't know the specifics of that, and if possible, I would very much like to converse with this group, potentially avert further demise from my back and other friends of mine. Maybe some parley could be we could come to a parley, whether that's fiscally or through honor, through another way. I don't know, but if it's a possibility, that would be greatly sought after on my end.
Usually when I have someone meet up with one of my clientele from this particular company, it's not a peace treaty. It's usually the opposite of that.
Okay.
Something that would initiate war, and sometimes between two peoples, or more. What you're asking for is definitely strange, to say the least.
Yeah.
And whether or not they agree to
strange
this...
circumstances, so...
I mean, at your discretion, because this could make things better or worse. We weren't lying. We do legitimately have people. We do have legitimately have targets, but like, they're kind of collateral. They're consequential to why.
Yeah.
There's no guaranteeing that anyone on that side will agree to meet under these circumstances. Especially if the actual contract is merely a side request.
Also, we don't know if I'm actually a contract, or I'm more of a byproduct of a previous contract. So... But you did say that if I've marked in the head that I'm a prime target, or was a prime target, so there was a contract involved with me.
Could be.
That's the case.
Maybe.
Well,
I'm
that's
just
an
a
unknown.
middleman.
So, yeah, as a middleman, that would be great if you could pass that information on to them. Obviously, I understand there's a fee. I'm more than happy to pay that. But did you need locations? We were able to think of a few, but if there are any prime spots that they have in mind.
What is your time and place?
What time do you reckon hold the cloak? Anything particular?
I mean,
Is there any preference that the
I'm
group
sure
have?
they'd want, as far as their preferences, I'm sure they would want something more discreet, something more at night.
Okay.
That said, so one of the options we had, we were discussing, we were thinking about taking a trip out to the Sea of Embrace, in the next couple days. That was one option. That specific trip would probably be during the day at some point, assuming.
Yeah, maybe the afternoon.
Yeah.
Maybe like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, 4 o'clock. Not beaming heat of the day in the middle of the day.
But
hookah bar, maybe a local hookah bar around here.
I mean, we have one. I think we should have one specific in mind.
Well, I'm not a local here. I don't know any hookah bars. So.
And then the third option was just get a map or mark a spot out in the desert that's isolated from prying eyes and just, yeah. That would probably, I'm assuming, actually. Sorry, I had a brain fart. My bad.
Or down at like a dock, maybe. Like out on a...
The middleman closes his eyes, blinking slowly, and just kind of just pretends to eat his steak. Just staring at you as you are just waiting for him to give you, or you to give him, time and location.
What's the date today?
It's the 15th.
15th.
So, do we want to say 2 days from now, the 17th?
Yep, okay, 17th. And where? Where do you reckon? Steve Embrace.
Either dock or bay. We'll...
Well, I mean, I don't know which dock. I don't know specifics. I'm not a local, so that's that. If we can look at our map and refer to it, then that would be great.
We could fly a flag if it helps. We need. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we've got a vessel we can use. We'll just use it on there.
Yeah.
Well, what flag color do we want to have? We can go.
I was just spitballing ideas. Like,
I mean,
if anything, we could find just an isolated dock, maybe after. I don't know.
We need to give them the place name. We can't find it and then to go tell them that.
I know. We as all non-locals don't know his place name, so I'm like,
yeah. Would I be able to make a check? Would I be able to make a check?
And rap on the bar.
The bartender is there.
Still.
Filter.
And you put the...
What's the nearest dock?
The nearest dock. You just go out towards the water and find yourself a wooden platform. What do you mean a dock? We're right next to the Sea of Embrace, feller. There's docks everywhere.
Okay.
They don't have names if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, easy enough. I walk back.
Ask him about
at least 3 gold.
Maybe like just a direction, like a southern one of the southern docks, or no, we're trying to think.
We can't just say.
Alright,
I know. I'm trying to like. I'm in my head. I'm trying to like think of the map because I forget the geography.
All right, I leave 3 gold on the table there. I walk, or on the counter. I walk back over. All right, how about we just say the docks by the Sea of Embrace, and you'll just say what you'll be wearing.
I don't think that's enough. Is that? That's not enough, right?
All right.
Then. We need a time too.
Yeah, 2 days, 4 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know any names of this place, so we are at an impasse. Is there any suggestions of hookah bars? Do you know any good hookah bars, middleman? Or any particular landmarks out on the docks that we may be able to refer to, like maybe like the first mural of the Bard and Acolyte tale?
I'm gonna remind you of my title here. It's the middleman, not the consultation man.
Sure. Is he in here?
Consultation.
Sorry, I had to. He's not here. He only works on weekends. Okay, can I refer to the map and
You are all being far too courteous and considerate of the other person on the line. They're professionals and can make time to meet with potential clientele. That's the only consultation I'm doing.
Okay.
Otherwise, my steak's getting cold.
Can I make a history check to determine the name of a place outside the city that is a dock that we have gone by that I may have glanced at? Because we're really at dire straits here. I don't know if there's anything we can refer to. There's no place names other than the bunkhouse, and I don't really want to go chat in a bedroom with a public space.
Let's meet. Where does Fogs? Where
Side of
does
the continent,
Drunk
are we?
Guy?
Yeah,
We're on
the-
the
the-
we're
yeah,
on the
the
south.
first-
You're on the
Well, we're in the center.
southeast continent. Southeast of the continent. It's on the east side of the Sea of Embrace.
Mhm.
Do you want to meet at the docks? I ask to Laszlo.
I don't. Sure, yeah, but I don't know.
Okay.
We can't
2
leave and
days
come
from
back.
now-
Once we leave, we can't come back here, and we can't make a deal.
Okay. 2 days from now, the docks of the Sea of Embrace look for the gentleman wearing a bright blue tuxedo.
I don't know. I don't know blue tuxedo.
I look at Laszlo.
Oh, fuck
And
it.
then I motion
maybe we
down.
could use-
I motion down to myself
Okay.
because I'm currently disguised.
Okay. Sure.
Alright, thank you. Third person who needed to come into this conversation to finally get something down on paper.
All right.
At your discretion, gentlemen.
Mhm.
2 days, 4 o'clock.
Blue tuxedo.
Blue tuxedo down at the docks.
Yeah.
Make sure you know what you're going to tell the client so that you don't waste their time and their steak gets cold. If you need anything, well, you're on a day one pass, so we'll see what happens.
We've got our hand. Now all we have to do is play it. Thank you.
What's the fee? that
Yeah,
we
what's the fee?
owe
Yeah,
you?
I don't want to just leave it up paying you.
You're only asking for a meeting with the individual, not a full-blown contract. So what I'm going to be asking for is a fee of 50 gold pieces or 150 Samir.
Okay, 150 Samir. There you go.
Very well. Don't be late. It's your client.
Okay.
He takes the money and puts it down into a unseen pocket inside of his cloak, and proceeds to pick up his fork and knife and mime the motions of eating his steak. He even has a little tankard that is completely filled to the brim with ale, and he pretends to sip it.
Okay.
What
Well-
a waste.
You drinking that? Think of fucking. I have to haggle it off of him. I mean, is there anything else you want to do in here in the meantime?
You think we could find any information about our blood donor?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know who we would ask
Well,
for.
Oh, yeah.
You know, knowing what I know about the place where we could have gone, I don't want inky blood necessarily. Inky blood could be bad, considering where that one is. So maybe stuff out in the Sea of Embrace. Maybe our best bet.
Did we? We didn't see any apothecaries in the under.
No.
Did we?
I already asked that earlier. I couldn't really see anything because it's legal apparently, so you can't.
Why would it be down here?
Yeah.
Unless you want to buy illicit
Poisons.
apothecary.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, if there's illicit goods and there is an apothecary, even if we ask him about something more common and mundane, he may have
Mhm.
information.
Do you sell a cough syrup?
The strong stuff.
Yeah,
Illegal.
poison kind.
Stuff. The super, not really.
The type that makes you cough, not the one that.
Yeah.
I want reverse cough syrup.
Did we explore? Were there any other stands we missed last time, or was this the end of the tunnel, so to
Coup de
speak?
grace.
Yeah.
This place.
Those are the most prominent stalls that can be found here. Everything else is little pop-up stands where you can find someone squatting in a corner with essentially laid out a tarp and put their goods on for sale like it's a flea market. Many of the goods look
Knickknacks and doodads.
they're relatively non-specialized and is essentially someone's garage sale
It's just
for the
packed.
goods that may or may not be legal on the underground market.
Can't resist. These are my last 2 days. I want to enjoy them. Let's have a look. I head over to the doodad dealer.
You see, it's a
How
very
is it?
squat individual. It looks to be a dwarf man with one of his legs that has been amputated and replaced with a wooden pole, a peg leg, if you will. He sits there and he looks very much like a person who is familiar with the sea. He has an eye patch and he wears a tricorned hat. He looks like a pirate.
Okay. A fellow lad of the sea. Hello. I'm Mold Man. This is my group.
Arr, how can I help you? I am Captain Schwilly.
What are you selling, Captain Schwilly?
I sell all sorts of things from my time on the seas. Many of them will not find a place in the local market. Here, take a look at my shards of broken porcelain furniture. This is an ashtray.
Okay.
Half broken.
Okay.
I have a
Boomy.
glass eye. That might just be a ball of glass.
You know, you said porcelain, and I was expecting him to just immediately take a swap.
Stab
at
me.
us.
Like, this porcelain mask, which I'm wearing. Fuck you, buddy. Yeah.
I have one missing shoe. I say missing because I don't know where the other one is.
Sure.
So both are technically missing. Because you can't technically have a full pair of shoes if only one is available.
Okay.
Technicalities like that.
Wait, where have you been sailing in your past?
I've been sailing all over the waters. I
You're a
am
Sanctus sailor?
sailing of all sorts of waters, yes.
Okay, I used to be a Sanctus sailor. It was,
That is... Yes, there are more than one sailor, yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's cool. It's cool to see.
I sell this hook that some people would sometimes use for a hand if they lost it in combat.
Hook for a hand. Hook for a
How
hand.
much?
I was it book? Okay.
It's
okay.
a hook. Hook. H with an H. H for hockey. The sport.
How much for the hook hand?
Arr, that sells for there's a steel down in these parts.
I need it.
For those of you who need it, I only sell it for 18 gold pieces worth. Or if you'd
I
like
give
to...
him the 18 gold pieces.
I couldn't help but notice that you have both of your hands, though.
Yeah,
never know.
it's a just in case sort of thing.
It's-
Arr, that's
Occupational
good.
hazard.
Good thinking ahead there, bucko.
do you sell information?
I sell things.
When was the last time you were on the sea?
Arr, that was many, many moons ago, to the point
Okay.
where my memory fades like the tides of the ocean.
I was
Sometimes
back
they
out-
come back and forth.
I was out in the early 500s. You were out and about around then?
What?
I was in the early 500s, out and about.
500 what?
Seas. Year.
Seconds?
Year.
Shillings?
500. What? He's making up currencies. What is this guy?
But I think he's asking you for money for information.
Oh. Okay. Here's
What?
5 shillings.
What's that?
Well, you said shillings. So I'm
That's an
making
old
stuff up
pirate
as well.
currency.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I will give you 5 gold instead. Modern currency.
I didn't give you anything yet.
I'm just that trusting of you. that-
Ooh, what are you asking for?
I want to know.
Guys,
what
I don't
you know
think he's
about the
being-
seas.
Hold
Guys.
on, hold on.
Is this guy actually seem like he's being coy, or does
Are
he
you a real
just
pirate?
denial?
you
Like, are they
shitting
are
me?
am I watching?
Is he an old?
Am
two old
I
men going
Am I watching the two of them like overanalyze someone who literally has nothing to hide?
Well, look,
You're
I
a
got my
pirate.
hook hand. I've got what I want.
I'm not asking him for
I
stuff
could
to
have
hide.
made that for you.
I haven't been in the seas in ages, and I want to know what's been going on. What the latest
Where is he
gossip
gonna
is.
make an insight check?
I'm gonna do that.
This guy is truthful. So truthful.
The most truthful.
That's not very good.
See?
That is an 8.
Truther right here.
You know much of the truth of the sea as this guy.
Yeah.
Who sent you?
I'm
Are you
trying
after
to
my
get-
buried treasure?
No.
Oh, what's
Can I-
that
can I-
over
can I-
there?
can I
away
whisper
from this
something to him?
stall, and I walk away.
I'll try to.
Enjoy your hook for a hand.
Hopefully not, but
I hope you won't need it, but it served many a pirate. None of
as I'm
whom
wa-
were named Captain Swilly.
As me and Zen are walking away, yeah, no, I know you could have made it, but I figure be proactive in case someone loses a hand, like, you know. In a
I
fight.
guess in an emergency.
Yeah, we just. On-site triage.
Okay.
Alright.
You're a real pirate, though, right? Or you were.
As real a pirate as the air that I breathe is breathable.
What if there's no air in your world?
I
Adam?
narrow my
You've
eyes
never
to that.
specified it.
You sure you're not breathing very well?
Yeah, are we
well,
actually
if you're not a
breathing
real pirate,
oxygen?
then
Or we're not
get-
underwater?
yeah.
What if
Arr,
there's
if
just
we
no
were
air?
underwater, I'd be sleeping with the fishes.
Sleeping with someone else and fishes, buddy. All right.
Are you
be seeing
proposing that I have sex with you?
No.
Oh my god.
Goodbye. I go over to to the cloak. I was going to intimidate him some, but you know,
I was
not the
gonna
real deal.
scare him.
I gotta scare him.
Well, you know what you say about the elderly. You get them too scared, too riled up, too nervous, they forget more. They get, you know, it just goes.
Oh
It goes
man,
even further.
what's his cloak saying? He's talking mad crap. That's not the case at all. Two old men here, we're gonna calm as a whistle in the wind. Oh, that doesn't sound right.
That's what
Anyway.
whistling wind sounds like. Yeah.
What? What now? What do? What do now? Oh, well, 2 days to live is what I'm thinking here. I don't want to go live lavishly, but you know, I want to. There's no affairs to get in order.
Burned a lot of gold doing this.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, who has a lot of gold and has got a connection to a lot of gold? Someone I know. They're red. So.
They've also been told to not come back until they find dragon.
Oh well. Fuck. There's nothing to do in here. We should.
I
depart
say
this
as I
place.
spin the hook.
Unless
on
there's,
my
unless
finger.
there's,
My
like,
cool last money on this cool hook that I don't.
unless
need
there's
yet.
someone who actually, there's an actual monster hunter somewhere around here who could point us in the direction.
Where?
Unless we can, which, to be fair, didn't we already consult the magic compass as to what direction this?
Oh, that piece of crap thing. I don't trust it. It came from a creepy little short trickster man, so I don't know. Throw it as far as you can, as much as I trust it, but even the franchise is tied to as well. I can't really say.
I don't trust you. Yeah, that fucker is after my Lucky Charms. I don't trust him.
I gotta give him some of the points him away from where he wants to go. You know, it could be something like that. So, you know, youth and naivety. I don't trust that shit. I can't even have it right now. He's not here, so I say there's nothing else here. We bid this place to do, and maybe return at a later date officially. We haven't rocked the boat too much. No one's dead yet.
Well, the only thing I would recommend you think about is just: do you want to look like yourself in a blue tuxedo, or do you want to look like someone else in a blue tuxedo?
We could all wear blue tuxedos.
Am I gonna
Well,
get one of those?
What I was saying is just I'm wearing the thing that I'm wearing. He could wear, and that would solve the blue tuxedo issue.
I have that as an ability. I can do
Oh
that.
yeah, then easy enough. Just because to fight in a blue tuxedo, like an actual blue tuxedo, if you have
Would
to
not be
fight,
very viable. Yeah, would be,
it'd probably get torn up.
you know, they're up.
And that's still
tuxedo.
most of your worries, yeah. Getting it ruined.
Well, having to buy or find a blue tuxedo, buy a blue tuxedo, waste all the
Yeah,
money
I
on
mean,
that,
just-
and then
it's
it
a
just
lot.
gets destroyed.
Well, I don't believe we went in here at a very late time. If I remember correctly, so we could depart and
And I could study more dragon when I look over it.
yeah,
The cloak.
I could put a certain particular crown on maybe near the time.
Wow.
Maybe not though. Maybe I'll think about it. Oh, yeah, well, okay, if there's nothing else here, then shall we depart?
If we didn't see, I'm disappointed we didn't see any apothecaries. That would have helped.
Yeah.
They're
We
legal.
should probably pick some up.
They're legal.
I mean,
Are
there's
they
lots
legal?
of things that are legal, but like, there's
Oh, sure.
shades of legal. Like marijuana's legal, but heroin isn't. They're both drugs.
There's probably a heroin dealer down here somewhere. Yeah. Wouldn't outrule
How do
it.
you know heroin's illegal?
Oh, I'm just giving that as an example.
I know.
Cocaine was
Okay.
commercially available in some places.
Crocaine. Frog cocaine.
Okay, fine. You can buy like skeletons for like a scientific purpose, but you can't buy like or you can't buy ivory. Like, I'm just saying there are certain things that are legal and they're in the same vein as something else that
Mhm.
is illegal.
Okay, well, one of those things. If I step out this room, this place, maybe that's it. So shake all your hands. Nice on you if I do get gone. But cool. Let's proceed back to our fine public establishment. We can. There's a correct way to depart from this place. That's
You crab
root.
walk.
yeah.
You exit, leaving behind all of the cool illegal things.
Cool names.
And you can go back to your actual names if you want. Not saying you actually have to, but, you know.
Well, some of us can. I can't.
I'd love to do it at some point.
Oh yeah, you can't either.
Honestly, the L name has kind of really grown on me for using it for as long as I have, so that might just be the default moving forward.
Well,
If I can move forward,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, we got 2 days, or a day and a bit, so what do you want to fill that time with?
What time of the day?
4. What was the time of day now? When we left? How high is the sun in the sky, or is it dark outside?
By the time that you leave the lower portion of this, you guys came in here relatively late in the day,
Oh, that's right. We came at night.
and it's basically no sun out at all. So, to answer your question of where the sun is in the sky, no.
It's not.
Back to the bunkhouse
It's
then.
the evening, bunking time. Well, I whisper to the cloak. Maybe we go a peculiar route back, just to get entailed.
Yeah, I don't know the city that well. Maybe we take a wrong
Well,
turn.
we'll just pick some random directions and then.
Yeah.
Then
We find some
sort of
forward
Which is
navigate.
complete
intersections.
BS because I'm not technically able.
Sure.
Technically can't get lost, but like, hey, that's fine.
Oh yeah. By the way, tonight as well. Oh no, that'll get people killed. Don't worry.
Wait, that'll result in murder.
It would. It generally would. Public place and all. No, don't worry. I didn't say anything.
I wasn't even sure what you were implying, so I guess.
Me neither.
Oh, you felt some of that last time you tried finding me. You didn't have the password. But not when I was at the beach.
Oh, the
I'm
seagulls.
confused.
Yeah,
You
that's
threatening us?
thing. Well, I choose a defense mechanism that I put in place.
That was
but if
fun.
people don't know the password, they get fucking attacked. And in public bunkhouse. I don't
Probably
know
not a
who's
good
gonna be
idea.
Popping into a bunk late at night, just come back from a booze night. I don't want to. It'll shred them up. So out in the wild, very useful. Is a good substitute for a tent, but or a hut. But yeah, public place probably not great. Okay,
So where?
to the
I'm
bunkhouse.
afraid.
bunkhouse with no extra scary stuff.
The bunkhouse is filled with all sorts of things, but mostly beds. And, let's see. So, you said that's 2 days from now, and which would presume to be the 17th, considering today's the 15th. The late part of the 15th, but 2 days is 2 days.
Hmm.
And the bunkhouse is not a homeless shelter, so it's not free.
We've already paid.
I think we paid for tonight. I don't think
We paid 4
for...
days.
Did we?
Yep.
We definitely paid for tonight. I know that for a fact. We paid because we had to stay at the bunkhouse in order to then wait out the time. So, like, tonight is definitely covered.
120 Samir is 4 days worth of bunkhouse. That's what I have written here. So
For one person.
one person, yeah, and we did that. We ordered 120. That's what I have written down.
I mean, maybe you did, but I only paid for...
I've definitely paid.
You paid. Okay.
And also, Dauntless is not...
Wasn't there the first night.
Yeah, so...
How much I gotta cough up?
It's 30 gold worth. Sorry, no, 30 Samir.
Oh, I get that.
Different value.
Yeah. Okay.
1 day is for 30 Samir.
All right, so then I'll pay for 2 days because we need 2 days worth.
Math. Okay, is this going to be something that you people, royal you, play out, or are we going to just time skip until the 17th?
I think we should play it out because I think we should scope out the docks to find a place that is both public enough, but also not too public.
Is there a box then can hide in? And
Probably,
have
yeah,
tricky
it's
holes?
docks. I imagine there's.
Well, I don't
Boxes,
think we should-
barrel-
boxes constantly get moved. What are we gonna do? We're
Oh,
gonna put
shit.
it.
Help!
We're gonna
Oh,
put it in
shit.
the box the night before. We're like, all right,
Fucking-
Zen, just stay
You
here.
hide in
We're
here.
planting you, and the next thing we
Don't come
know,
out, whatever
we're gonna come back
happens.
the next day, and the box is gonna be gone. Zen's gonna be on a ship heading out
I
to the
don't,
sea.
I don't think we should organize like an ambush. It's just find a
No,
place
no.
where it's like, hey, this is public enough for everyone's safety, but also not too public, so we can have like a conversation.
And maybe Laszlo wants a last hurrah in case everything goes to shit.
I don't drink. I haven't drunk because I'm scared on a daily, so I don't want to stop that. But
I'm afraid
maybe
of alcohol.
me being an optimist, I'll save a drink for myself when it's over and resolved. And I may or may not put this Crown of Whispered Words on an hour before, but just to add another person to the pot.
That might tear your soul in half because the tattoos promise your soul to one god, and then
I've
this
got my
other.
soul already signed off for another person as well. It's like three ways.
Who's the other person?
I ain't. Did I say 3? Whoops.
What session was this? Did I miss?
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back, but it may take a minute, so I'm going to listen in on my phone.
Should not have said that.
Let's pretend we didn't hear any of that, says the disembodied voice.
The drunk man nearby.
So, at the bunkhouse, you guys are gonna wait or sleep today, the 15th, because it's only a couple hours left, and then we're actually gonna play out the day of the 16th to do some scouting over at the docks. They're not too far away. Only maybe about a 20 to 30 minute walk, depending on how short your legs are. Not pointing at anyone in particular, but you know who you are. That being
They have
said,
a very high movement speed.
I'm talking about the, who's the slowest one here, actually? I think it's Dauntless. At base 30.
I'm at base 30, I
Totally.
think, too. I don't think this version of the Ranger has any, like, oh, here's a couple extra.
Extra legs. That's what
Just
people-
Zephyr Strike everything. It's fine.
That is true.
Alright, over moving to the 16th. You people wake up in the bunkhouse. There is no food to be eaten here, so food should be taken care of based off of whether or not you want to dip into your rations. You could eat a jar of Zen's honey, assuming that he gets 2 portions of meal, which really, realistically speaking, kind of just evens it out because you're still at a net -2 food.
I can also good berry today. We can partake
He
in...
could eat those two.
I also have good mango.
Dude,
Oh, you have good mango. Yeah. Oh my god.
he's literally takes care of half of the food requirements for himself. So realistically speaking, Zen is
Back to normal.
back to normal.
He can't
And then
die.
eventually I don't have to eat it all.
If you fell down a hole, you'd be fine. Is what I'm hearing. And you'd be able to walk up the hole.
Be able to walk up the wall, yeah.
You're fucking impervious to stuff.
So let's see. If
I don't wanna
Zen
say-
ate food, and then ate 2 portions of food. Well, -1 because the mango is consistently giving him a good berry, means that he can make 1 honey, which consumes the same amount of food as 1
He's
daily
basically
portion
covered.
thing.
Between the bees and the mango, he doesn't actually have to...
He's fucking.
Well, no, as a
He's still
monk,
eat-
once
he-
I reach a certain level, I don't need to eat food to survive.
Was he like punching the
I
stomach,
could just
striking the
make
stomach?
free
What the
honey.
fuck's he doing?
And then he just has mangoes and honey all the time.
Dang, you'd fucking smell good eating mangoes and honey. Like, be like and your beards look. Dude, you're like living the life.
And then he opens a mango stand, or sorry, a smoothie stand, with
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
but just mango flavored smoothies only.
That
Oh,
fucking
honey.
sell well. If you ever need to start up shop, that's
That being said, the one time I went on a cruise in my life, every single fucking meal I had a mango smoothie. So,
Did you win? Did you feel better for it?
did I win?
Yeah. Did you feel good?
Add a lot of sugar.
A lot of sugar, yeah. It
I'm
was
picking
mango,
off the walls.
mango smoothies made by some Caribbean guy.
Wow.
That's who they hired on the. That's who they hired on the boat. I'm not saying that it's racist or anything, but that's just the type of people they hired. People with very thick accents.
Mango specialists.
Could be. Alright, so on the morning of the 16th, everyone does their morning food ritual.
I
You-
haven't been stabbed in my sleep.
Do you want to be?
Yes. No.
Roll a d20,
My
Adam.
dreams.
Let's find
do I
out.
have any scuffed dreams? I sleep like a baby, probably. No, I would probably.
Anxiety is terrible for dreams, and in such a way that there are some times if you have enough anxiety and stress, there are some people who with severe depression don't dream at all. For long periods of time. And if you're one of those NPCs that doesn't see dreams,
Oh,
They just-
I have. Yeah,
they
we
only
talked
think
about this
they only
before.
think they
Yeah.
think in words, not so much images.
They can't picture it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if
Apple.
you're that kind of person. Because those people.
Laszlo can dream. That's what's keeping him good.
Alright, whatever you say, NPC. Look at all these bots. What was that Andy said? Look at all these
Oh, yeah.
NPCs. Yeah,
and
man.
then proceeds to be an NPC. Pick something up.
Adventurer, you dropped this. I need to get an audio clip of like when you drop something in Skyrim, and then like an
Look that up.
NPC is picked. Like yeah, or it's like
Look it up.
oh, you just found that on the floor. Anyways, besides Andy's budding YouTube career, after you eat breakfast, you go down to the docks. You are currently moving from the middle district down through the blue-collar district. I'm not gonna call it the poor people district, because they just are less financially stable. And you make your way down towards the city outskirts. You do need to technically leave the city in order to get to the docks, because they don't extend that far, but you can see that the aqueduct does. So hypothetically, if you did slide down the aqueduct, someone would shoot you, because that's not allowed. Anyways,
Last 2 days on Earth. That sounds kind of badass.
there's also the rungs on the bars, so you would be hitting your chin
Ow,
every
ow.
5 inches.
That one fucking Bloodborne video.
Oh, the fucking helmet on the ladder, yeah. Yeah, but instead of the helmet, it's your fucking jaw.
Ding 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 ding.
And it'll just be
Jaw.
cracking noises,
Ding dong, ding dong, ding.
and then splashing. Anyways. So, you go down towards the docks. Now, the docks themselves, there's a long expanse of wooden platforms that have cranes, little jutting out portions that the ships can park parallel to. Some of them park at adjacent angles if it doesn't fit quite right. Activity involves a lot of people moving to and from, hitching things to posts, moving cargo on and off of ships. Busy day at the docks. It's usually most frequently populated at the early parts of the morning when people are coming to and from the Sea of Embrace to unload cargo or go out to do some sort of fishing, or what other kind of activities that mercantile folks can do out on the seas. For example, pearl diving.
Well, they wouldn't. Why would they? What? Yeah.
I don't know. Would they? Would they? They don't, because...
No, because
Wouldn't
they went,
I'm just
they
saying
went
those
all
are
the way to
maritime.
Rutosh.
No,
Okay.
but these ones are bad, though, because actually they're really small.
Okay.
Scanning the
Scanning.
docks.
You a robot now?
I do put forward to the group. Would it be more beneficial to come back at the time we agreed?
See what it's like. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe a little closer
Okay.
to.
What do you want to do in the meantime? You don't get solutions?
They're like, as we've seen from the many, marine environments we've visited, that morning is the busier part of the day, and then.
I wouldn't mind trying to get another one of them stone skin potions if I can help me when I was fighting a vampire,
Mhm.
or even just health potion might be useful. Collectively, we're running low on those.
Alright, well, as someone who is not particularly sneaky, do you want me to go get the potions and...
Oh, we're not going to
you-
split the group at this juncture. No way.
Okay.
It's early in the day. We've down here, and I agree with Varus. We should probably appear here at a later date, nearer towards the time. Maybe head back here for 3, and then see if it starts to wind down around 4 o'clock.
Okay, fair enough.
That way as well, we'll be able to see certain clientele that maybe have a set schedule, and if people look different from that, we know if it's a bit of a setup.
We'll be able to observe the NPC's schedule.
Exactly. NPC guy. It's like that thing you were doing the other day, Adam. The mole. Or that person did in the mole.
No, that was fake. Oh, that person, yeah. No,
Yeah,
that was stupid as hell.
Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. Well, let's go do that. Can we try and find a potion seller?
That's back in the rich people district, so you gotta go with Princess Hualong undisguised if you want to get through that checkpoint.
Well, Princess has just departed this realm, so we'll wait for them to return, and then do that rigmarole.
Microphone
I mean, I could just
activated.
undisguise and just lead the way.
Okay, we'll do that. And then we'll go to potion seller.
The potion distributor here is almost like a department store. It's very, very open, and the shelves are very tall, high, and come in large quantities. Everything here is basically almost like a Costco wholesale. You can buy them in large bulk quantities. That is said, however, just because you're buying in bulk doesn't mean it's not going to break your bank, because they still are potions, after all. And if you want to buy at single individual little dainty retail prices, you might have to go to their adjacent complex, where essentially they crack open the containers, put them into different vials, and sell them at the retail price instead of wholesale price, which you can get in smaller quantities that you can reasonably fit into your backpack, because potions, depending on what you're drinking, can take up relatively large containers. I'm not saying it's like a 2-liter of Coke, but they can get
Diluted,
to be about the size. Some of them can be about the size of like a plastic water bottle, which is, if you're really good at like those people who can drink that shit all in one gulp, sure.
Big
But
gulp, big sippings. Yeah, fuck that. Especially that would take more than 6 seconds in combat to hold on, let me drink this whole fucking 2-liter bowl. That's a lot. Too much. Let there be light, I say. Okay, well, let me head to that one. The posh one first.
they're all posh. We're in the rich district.
Yeah.
You go to the retail version, where they have a smaller stand that is probably about a quarter of the size of the retail building, owned by the same company, however. There you can see customers there who do not look like they are poor, because their dress is very fanciful. That being said, what do you want to buy? They sell potions of all sorts, from the regular 2d4 all the way up to the Supreme, which is 10d4. Plus 20.
Oh, by the way, Adam, if I'm heading in to this place, I would have had to have ulricked up. So I'm gonna roll on my thing. I got a 24. Oh, an 85, sorry. That was the previous roll that I did. Yeah, an 85.
Well, your range is much smaller now, so you need to roll in a
10
smaller
total,
bracket. And therefore, I'm not going to hold my breath to see if you trigger it, but still, it's
I just
1 in
want to
10.
check.
Taking the time to disguise up before you enter this establishment, you can see that there are all sorts of people around here who are dressed as you would expect an alchemist would. Dark stained aprons that have all sorts of vials, either empty or otherwise, that have been sorted into a series of bandoliers crossed across their chest. They have safety goggles and sometimes even facial masks to not breathe in the toxic fumes that can come from making poisons, or very volatile potions. Some people are helping customers, others are at these little cubicles that have dividing barriers that are made of very thick metallic walls to make it so that if something does explode, at least you won't have too much collateral damage. In either case, you go through this department and it has a very, very heavy air about this in terms of the thickness and almost a stench. It's like breathing in every flavor of Febreze air freshener all at the same time.
Ugh.
My eyes like water up. Oh, Jesus.
One of the employees comes up to you and they have a full face mask, almost looks like a World War II
Going over
person.
the trenches.
Yeah. Hello, customer.
Hello. Hi, I'm looking to buy some potions.
Sure, what are you in the market for?
Healing potions. And
You got
any
it.
other protective potions if you do have such as a stone skin, perhaps?
Oh, very well then. Please follow me. They lead you over towards a section that has probably the highest shelves and largest quantity of potions per square inch in this location. Healing potions are usually the most used by adventurers, so they have a particularly large section, spanning from the tiny little 2d4 potions that I previously described to a very, very nice, locked behind stained glass doors, the supreme ones. Those ones are built in taller glasses, or vials rather, that have very ornamental corks at the top. Some of them almost look like it's a glass-blown eagle with its wings spread out, so that when you uncork it, you're removing the eagle from the top. And then it has a very narrow neck, almost looks like a wine bottle. But this is the Supreme edition, not the one in real life that overprices for a t-shirt that just says Supreme on it. This one actually has a function. Anyways, besides me dabbing on these brands, what do you want to buy? Potion of Healing's 2d4, Greater Healing's 4d4, Superior's 8d4, and Supreme is
How much
10d4.
is a superior potion?
Superior goes for a single superior potion is 500 gold pieces or 1500 Samir. And that's 8d4 plus 8. If you want a greater healing potion, that's 120 for the 4 for 4 deal. And regular potions are 50 for the 2d4 plus 2. Supremes are 2,500 gold pieces, or 7,500 Samir.
So the greater was 120, you said?
120 gold pieces, or 360 Samir.
Oh, we were paying. I didn't take gold this place.
Correct. I'm just reading off of my thing that has the pricing for potions. But yeah, it would be 360 Samir for a 44 plus 4.
We have a 500 Samir per superior. You say, or
Superior is
1,500.
2,500 gold pieces, so it would be...
2,500. Oh, you thought you said it was 1,500 Samir.
No.
Alright, so 2,500 Samir per superior.
2,500 gold pieces worth of gold, or
Ah,
7,500 in Samir for Supreme.
3,500.
And if you want a superior, it's 1,500 gold pieces for the 8, d4 plus 8.
120.
120 is gold pieces for the greater healing potions, or 360 Samir.
Adam, I'll take one greater.
Yep, go ahead and deduct that.
That's 120 gold. Okay. That's 480 gold for 4, then. Oh, gold. supposed to get 4 graters. I'm doing my maths wrong.
Yeah, you did. 360
Sorry,
times.
I've
360 gold Samir. Or if you want,
Yeah.
if you want it in gold pieces, that would be.
The 360 Samir times 4 is 1,440 Samir for 4 potions of greater healing.
Where else?
So, I can get more actually. I've got 4,988 Samir, so I might bump that up. Hold on, let me do the conversion. So 360 for 1. So me. Next.
With that money, you could buy 2 superiors. That would be 3,000 Samir. Or 2 superiors if you want it. Or just 1 for 1,500.
Okay, I'll get 5 graters for 1,800 Samir, and 1 superior for 1,500, resulting in 3,300 Samir total for those.
Okay, well, now you're making me double check the math.
360 times 5, 1,800, plus 1,500 for a superior, resulting in 3,300.
And Laszlo's loading up on potions. Who knows if he's gonna need to use them?
Well, I'm gonna give some to the group. Right.
Who knows?
I asked the sales associate. Would you be able to do anything considering the good name of my family?
Oh,
In regards to...
A couple of the smaller potions.
Well, our company does not have any linkings or dealings with the Morgemoth family. And for trade deals like that, we would have to refer back to your family for large bulk purchases. The smaller retail ones, not so much. If you want to buy something in bulk, then we can maybe talk.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that.
Very well, madam. Besides the regular healing potions, they do have varying other defensive type potions, such as one potion of... They have resistance potions to pretty much every damage type you can conceive. And if they don't have that, maybe you can ask for one. But, so you can get blunt, piercing, and all energy types, etc. You can get things like oak flesh, or whatever that's called in this... Stone skin? No, stone skin's different.
Stone flesh?
I'm thinking of a different spell. I think it was from Skyrim, but they have a
Looking in the
similar...
SRD, and there was a potion called Delay Poison. Is that a thing? Potion becomes temporarily... The subject becomes temporarily immune to poison. Any poison in its system, or any poison which is exposed to during the spell's duration, does not affect the subject until the spell's duration has expired. Delay Poison does not cure any damage that poison may have already done. I don't know if this is SRD, though.
They also have stone skin potions, which do the all non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Defensive potions,
Finest potions. Evergreen joke.
protection from poison, protection from energy. Okay, those ones are already listed. You can drink a shield potion, although technically that would be really weird because it costs a bonus action to drink a potion.
To do the same thing. Yeah. Weird.
You can get one for False Life. That's technically defensive because it gives you temp HP.
What level would that be cast at?
That is cast at base level.
Oh, yeah, okay. 1d4 plus whatever, 4, I think.
You have some really cheap ones that cast the Blade Ward cantrip. Relatively cheap in the sense because it is a cantrip in a bottle. What other defensive? The Resistance cantrip as well. Most spells can be put into potion form, so if there's anything you want to try to drink, let me know what flavors you're looking for. With some exceptions.
I'm gonna read. I wanna read.
Typically though, any spell that would be considered consumable in potion form, target is usually on self. Or did you spend all your money on healing potions?
No, so there's an elixir of health which is in the DMG, which is it cures any disease affecting you, removes blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned conditions. So I was paralyzed last time, which was fucking debilitating, and poisoned, which is debilitating, and stabbed, debilitating. So if I'm paralyzed, I can't move, can't do anything, so I can't feel myself with paralysis.
Can't cure yourself of paralysis with the potion.
Maybe
if
if I
you're already
fall at a certain
paralyzed.
time in it.
If someone else feeds you though, you might not
Such
drown.
How long do the resistance potions typically last, though?
Last for same duration as the cantrip itself. So, 5e resistance.
Because I don't want to assume the assassins won't change up their MO, but if they don't change up their MO...
Let's see. Resistance, the cantrip, lasts for concentration of up to a minute. And then as soon as you do a saving throw, the effect ends. So you need to prompt it 1 minute before making a saving throw. You kind of have to anticipate it. Kind of hard to use.
It's like... Piercing and poison damage would be the safe bets, again, assuming... If we're gonna be so bold and assume that the MO is not gonna get changed up, but...
I'm just writing down the... So we have our bandoliers, correct, which only can allow for a certain amount of vials. Is it 3 at a time?
3 a pop before you have to start rummaging through your bag. So prepare your shots of whiskey. Or potions.
Is there any immunity potions, or is it just resistance?
Complete and utter immunity is
It's
very
probably much
difficult to
more
come
expensive,
by.
isn't it? Okay.
Typically, things that have immunity to poison are biologically inclined to do that themselves. And even if you have a toxic personality, no, that does not count. Anything else you guys want to buy, or are we going to move on to a different location? Or rather, time and location. That being 4 o'clock. At the docks.
I had nothing to do.
Okay. Let's move on to the docks then. If everything is taken in order and the potions are taken, or rather purchased, you don't take the potions yet. You wait until about 3 or 4 o'clock and you make your way down towards the docks. There you can see that the overall population, especially compared to this morning, has decreased. Overall, rough estimations at just a glance, it's probably about a third of what it once was in the earliest parts of the morning. The number of people here can probably be counted on all of your hands if you put them all together. There's probably about at least 24 people here-ish total. They include dock workers, sailors, and fishermen, in varying amounts. The fishermen, you can only count, there's about 4 of them, and then it's split the rest of the way between dock workers, who are mostly doing bumfuck all because all the work has been done in the morning, so they're kind of just tidying up the place, and the sailors who are departing from their ships and going back into town to do a bit of land-based activities.
Is there any, like, sandy area underneath the docks?
Relatively speaking, most things around here are sandy. And it does vary in terms of intensity and depth because sand is very easy to blow around, and close to the coast, wind is very frequent. So you have some places that are completely engulfed by sand, and others at any given time could be bereft of sand. So, yes and no.
Well, if I can describe what I'm looking for, it's like under a pier sort of thing.
Yeah, I know, but it's, again,
Okay.
it varies in intensity, depending on location. Sometimes it's beginning to make these little almost equivalent of a snowdrift, I guess a sand drift, in one location where it's pressed up against a wall and has not but anywhere else to go, so it just begins to pile up there, causing a slight slope, and anything on the other side of that is up against some intense pressure of sand. In other places where it's extremely low and you can almost see where the scaffolding of the actual pier itself is being dug deep into the ground. They have taken the precautions to make sure that all of the posts for their dock are driven so deep into the ground that regardless of time of day and amount of sand that is accumulated, it is always structurally stable. And then Dauntless builds a snowman.
Alright, well, do we want to find, like, a particular dock where we could, or then retreat to, like a boathouse or something, if they want to talk in a more private setting, or...
Sure, yeah.
As few people as possible. That's what I think we should be aiming for.
Alright, we see a dock with... Or let's keep our eyes peeled for a dock with a boathouse.
By the way, I have
Preferably something abandoned.
two greater healing potions going. Who wants one?
I have one.
You have one? Who doesn't have one?
I don't think I
You
do.
don't have one? And Dauntless doesn't have one, so... There you go. Greater healing potion each. That's the 44 plus 4.
Do you have one? Because I mean,
have-
I can, you know...
I have 3 greater healing potions and 1 superior potion, so... Yeah. Unless anyone wants a second one.
No, hold on to mine for now, because... In case you need it more. Because you're the primary
Okay, well I'll
target.
put the extra ones in my my backpack then, but for now I have
Is 4d4 plus?
44 plus 4, yeah, is the great healing potion.
There are plenty of docks that have adjacent boathouses. They are very rudimentary and vary in size, from little dinghies and what is basically just a shed built over a little portion of water, to almost entire warehouse-sized buildings that can allow larger ships to pass in and out and be parked in there for overnight stays so that it's not exposed to the elements. So what do you want? Big, small, medium?
Small and as abandoned as one could possibly look in a busy shipping city.
The smallest one you can find is essentially the size that you'd have to fit approximately 2 rowboats in. Is that too small or what?
I
A little bit bigger than
that.
that, right?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
4 rowboats.
Yeah.
This one is off in the far, far northern part of the coast of the Sea of Embrace. It is further away from the city and requires you folk to walk at least 45 minutes extra just to get to this darn location in the first place. It is isolated, relatively speaking, although is still technically part of the dock system here. You notice that there are still little parts of the dock that are beginning to show signs of splintering. Almost whole portions of the dock have about golf ball-sized holes in them from wear and tear and weathering from the elements. The people around here are also fewer and far between. Whereas in the previous location you saw maybe about 24 to 25 people, now it's here about 5 dudes. 2 of them are fishing, 3 of them are currently hoisting up a series of nets from some under-towed scaffolding to pull up what appears to be some sort of mollusks and barnacles. So, different kind of fishermen, I guess. They're barnacleiers? That's not a thing.
The crab people now.
They begin hauling in their tow, and you can see that they have a very, very, not abundant, but not scarce either, catch of these mollusks in this trap. They don't flounder around because they're just mollusks, so, I don't guess they open and close vigorously. In either case, you found this location.
How big is 4 rowboats?
Unfortunately, in my room, I don't have a rowboat.
Anna.
How about a twin-sized
prepared.
bed?
Okay. Wide. How many twin-sized beds long?
4?
3?
Reasonably,
Four?
a twin-sized bed
Oh,
is
that's a
like...
big room. Right, yeah. I have a big room. I was just saying, is it? I was just wondering if it was too small for activities. I forget with the other
There's
one.
so
it's
much
like
room for
half,
activities.
Like fireball or whatever. Like vice versa on both ends.
Well, if you found this location, some of the fishermen literally tip their hats in your general direction, just as a good howdy doody over at this. See, one of them has a bucket that is mostly filled with relatively small-sized fish, the kind that you would just immediately put onto a skewer and roast over an open fire, after removing the guts, of course. But other than that, this is kind of an isolated little dock attached to the main port of the city here in Annapolis. Now all you need to do is put on a black no, not black tuxedo,
Blue
a blue
tuxedo.
tuxedo.
I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of fishing, just to taking the spot if that's okay.
Do you have a rod?
I would like to go and ask some of these fishermen wrapping up for the day if they got a rod spell. I want to reminisce.
I have a crossbow bolt with a string on it. That
You could.
Good. Yeah, I'll partake.
In the crossbow fishing?
crossbow fishing.
That's the thing.
Well, without a boat, you're just going to be stuck to being on the dock, and the fish that frequent around the dock are typically already snagged up by the fishermen because they're literally right there, so... You have very few pickings. Some of them are smaller than a crossbow bolt itself, so if you hit it with a crossbow bolt, it would be just completely obliterated.
Oh.
And
Can I
with-
borrow one of your fishing rods for a little spell? I just want to try and fish. Be done for the day. Yours.
I don't know, are you gonna pay me to use it?
Sure.
Oh, okay. How about, let's call it 12 Samir, and you can use it for 2 hours.
Done. There you go. 12 Samira. Thank you. That was a weird request.
You didn't ask for the bait, though.
Well,
Another
you wouldn't
6
be
Samir
mean
for
and
that.
Not give me the bait. You want 6 Samir for that?
Yeah.
You know what? Just for that little chuckle, we'll round it up to 20 Samir for the deal.
Got him.
Got me for something that I want. Yeah, you really got me. Well, I'm gonna fish for a little bit. Thank you.
While he's fishing, I want to take a minute, just out of just my own curiosity. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do a quick primeval awareness just to see if
Quick little
there's.
fishing check. I just traded with the dragon right last. I saved with the check, buddy.
He was the kobold that we've been searching.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
spent all that session searching for.
Alright, primeval awareness check. You can look for beasts and dragons of any kind that is within a 5-mile radius of the caster after a minute.
I'm assuming there are a ton of fish in the sea, but I'm looking
there
for
are
the scaly
literally
ones.
dozens. That's a
You've
lot.
got aimbot. Don't tell me the fish where they are. DM,
I changed my mind. I want to know where every fish in the Sea of Embrace.
You might go. Your head might blow up. Like
But
fucking Charles Xavier when he goes like full beans on the old.
You ping, ignoring all the fish, because if you did, it would be equivalent of like...
Blast.
I'm trying to think of like, what's the opposite of applying a filter? Well, the opposite of applying a filter.
Yeah, like when
Like if you
Charles
only want to
Xavier
get
puts that
this
helmet
type
on.
of porn, but then you accidentally click the little X on it and you get every single other type of porn.
Oh, what is that? Whoa. Like Keanu. Oh, he's doing that thing.
Let's see. So, you turn your attention to Dragonfolk. You went about 45 minutes away from the city, so in terms of walking speed, that's just under 3 miles at standard walking pace, because you can travel 3 miles in an hour in regular travel time, so that's why it's 24 miles in a day of travel, because that's 8 times 3 when you're doing overland travel, so you can kind of apply the same thing to this smaller term travel. So you're about, in terms of miles, about 2.5 miles away from the actual city center that you would have started out from. And in this time span, it goes a little bit away from the city, but that's still within 5 miles, so you can still technically ping the city. So you get 2 pings. So if you went north, it would be to your south. That's back towards Annapolis. And if you ping west over your current location, you get a total of 3 pings. No, wait. 3 pings west, 1 ping north.
Ooh.
It's a new hand touches the beacon. It's a new contender.
That's a new record.
3 west, 1 north,
The
2
one
south,
back,
right?
the one back towards this, the 2 back down south. Those are presumably the ones back in Annapolis.
Yeah.
You get 3 pings west, which could be the same ones you may have seen the first time you pinged here, and then north, that one is within a sub-mile, and then the other ones are at the ass end of your range of 5 miles. Both the west and the south ones.
You look out on the horizon, you see any like black shape.
Yeah, I am looking out the horizon to see if like there's like a boat out there within
Fucking guy, just like
within eye line. Is there like anything that like out in the horizon that like again maybe it's just a kobold manning a boat, or is there
Maybe one
something?
would like to use his special eyes and make a perception check.
Giant
Dost
shadow.
thouest have a spyglass?
Do any of us have a spyglass?
Nope, Turok
No.
took that.
Of course he did,
Might never
motherfucker.
be using it, yeah.
I forget to ask, but like, does your thing only if they're alive? Like, could you be picking up ghosts or something?
Evil?
No, it's living creatures. It's
Okay.
living creatures.
You should have said yes.
But what
You
if
should have entertained
your
that.
preferred enemy was undead?
That is
Dead
also.
dragon.
I only rolled a
Maybe
9.
there's dragons all around us and we can't see them because you can't sense them.
What was your total, Alec?
Only a 9. So
You squint really hard and you can see like one blurry image of some guy on a rowboat. Oh, wait, is that Laszlo?
It's him.
Or did you stay on the dock?
I stay on the. If there's a boat to go out in the water, I'd have gone out in the water. Definitely gone out in the water. I want to get a lay of the land, so if I have to jump in the water and flee, I know where I'm going. And fish as well.
You look out into the horizon of the Sea of Embrace, and it is relatively calm waters today, lapping up against the shore with no more violence than a regular wave hitting the shore. Other fishermen are out there, but they are beginning to tow their lines and draw them back in to end out today's fishing session. Meanwhile, you just have Laszlo over there with a borrowed fishing rod, just having the time of his life.
I'm really taking it in, you know.
Boy, this is gonna be the last time I get to fish before I get... I mean...
Well,
have a great
Or
old
I'm
chat.
a free man again who doesn't
Yeah.
have to pretend to be someone else and not get stabbed.
love it.
In any case, you look over that and it's kind of hard to see. In fact, you basically just get a face full of direct reflected sunlight, which is not direct, straight into your eyeballs.
Don't look directly at the sun.
Well, he's looking over at the water, which
Oh.
reflected the sun into his face, because it is setting in the west, and he's facing the west. Meanwhile, you look over and you see that there is something approaching from the north, which is where you got that other ping that was sub 1 mile. It appears to be a caravan of some sort, coming in from one of the main roads that leads here into Annapolis.
Ooh.
There's a caravan of 2 wagons total, being pulled by camels. The first person that you see that is piloting one of these camel-driven wagons is a human man who has a parrot on his shoulder. Followed by a second caravan being pulled by a kobold.
Ah.
Fuck! You hear that from like behind, like, no! I thought he was going to be the parrot, I'll be honest. That was my first when you said a man and a parrot, like the parrot's dragon.
They begin to drive towards, and as soon as they're within tipping hat distance, they tip their hats at you. There's a socially acceptable range at which you can tip your hat at someone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that answers that question.
The other mysterious pings could be either more kobolds or something else. Who knows? But in either case, unless you want to venture out the west to find those 3 pings, you'll just have to speculate. Same thing with the other 2 pings back in the city. Probably kobolds.
Does Annapolis have like... what's the... Well, I know the word. Do they have like a public library for people to peruse, or is that...
Public libraries of extremely high sought-after knowledge are very, very much kept under not metaphorical lock and key, literal lock and key.
Poor people can't read.
Depending on the type of knowledge you want. If it's great esoteric knowledge that requires years of study in order to even comprehend, that is behind lock and key. Things like, how do I grow corn in the desert, is very sought after by farmers. Or, how many days are there in a year? And it's not 365.
It's whatever 28 times 12 is. I'm not doing that math.
So
You claim
essentially,
about 30.
so if it is very, very advanced level knowledge, it is hoarded jealously by the higher class individuals of the city. Basic bitch stuff is readily
Something like a bestiary, or like, so just basically like commonly known local wildlife. Like I'd be curious, like, like, since we're here and we want to like exhaust, even though and we want to like double check the fact that it's we are not dealing with what's it called?
Local zoologists do have different authors to show varying details and in-depth studies into certain parts of wildlife found here in Sanctus. The ones that can be found publicly available give you brief descriptors, come with pictures, and tell you things like, are they herbivores, are they carnivores, do they reproduce by budding?
You reproduce by buddy.
Fuck.
You did it. Put it on the bingo card.
Adam mentioned Ding.
No, it's a SpongeBob
Gonna be
reference.
on there. Oh,
Wow, Dan, you didn't snag that immediately.
no.
That's
Sorry.
plus 2 Uno cards. So if you want to
Enough
find that,
cards, right.
you can presumably trudge around somewhere in the either medium or lower tier districts to find that kind of basic bitch knowledge, no offense. It's a 101 class, not the advanced. What kind of animals are you looking for?
I mean, are these strictly like normal animals, or are there like any like I said, I'm like basically I'd be skimming, trying to see if this might mention
A dragonoid.
non-dragonoids. Yeah, basically is there
Non-dragonoids would probably be the most found thing in these sorts of zoology books. Typical things that you can find around Sanctus, besides the ones that we already know, such as the flat rats, my personal favorite,
My boys.
are things that you would associate with desert climates. So, reptiles like rattlesnakes and iguanas that can be found in desert climates, things that are very well known for retaining water in harsh climates, or being able to find water in harsh climates.
is a Komodo dragon considered a beast or a dragon?
It's considered a beast,
Let's go dragon.
especially if you just call it a Gila monster instead.
That's not there. They're not Gila monsters.
You're a Gila monster. Got him.
I can't rebuttal that. Filibuster.
I can neither confirm nor deny. But for that purpose, those would be considered beasts, and overall, those would be well acclimatized to closer to bodies of water, so not in the middle of the desert. The closer to the oasis you are, the better. That goes for most wildlife, generally speaking, because water is water regardless of how well you're acclimatized to dealing without it. And think of just anything you can find in a desert, reasonably speaking, in terms of regular, real-life animals. Fantasy animals, such as dragons, or kobolds, or if you're looking towards the sea, there's different types of exotic fish that are not real in real life, that are very real in D&D.
That water.
I mean, if we're willing to take, deal with take everything with a grain of salt, because tall tales and all that, we could ask around the docks at another time, see if there's any strange sightings of creatures like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still leaning towards the kind of dragon we're looking for being. I feel like the Mordremoths wouldn't need to make a big deal out of finding this blood if there were acceptable donors within walking distance of their main compound. But
Going down to the corner store, you want anything?
I'm
Yeah,
inclined
give me
to
some
agree
dragon.
with you.
yeah. But okay, yeah, that's
Actually, since we're next to the sea, Varys, do sea dragons exist? I know literally nothing about dragons, so.
Not maybe.
You would know the answer
Sort of.
is yes.
Yes, maybe not. I don't know what you're picturing in your head, so a version of that, yes.
I probably heard tales of them. I yell back.
Yeah.
Do they come in the same gradation? Like maybe we could find a sea dragon of the variety we need.
The answer is also yes. Dragon blood does wonderful things for your complexion and your age.
Rapidly
Yeah.
ages. Oh! That's what happened to me. No, it's not.
Those are those dirty, rotten sphinxes.
Hmm.
Yep, there's plenty of dragons that it's not impossible to encounter a dragon out at sea. So yeah, I don't think I don't think there are because there's no water damage in D&D, so there are no literal water dragons there.
Well, I
mean,
imagine
you
it's
say
just
there's
one
no
force
water
dragon.
damage.
That would just be
but-
force damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Wet.
bludgeoning.
Wetty. Unless Adam invents a new damage type.
I mean, Homebrew.
Yes.
Yeah. Played Monster
I
Hunter,
mean,
it's
there
all
were
fucking
tropical
switch, yeah.
dragons, and they're dragons that
dragon.
were tropical. They're obviously we know there are ice dragons, and
I would say there could be any dragon, and that's cool. And not all dragons are the same, apparently. No, I would, in terms of like, not every red dragon is the same as every blue dragon. And even within blue dragons, there's probably a prick, good one, middle of the road. Yeah, who knows who we'll find. We may find the right dragon, but we might find an absolute pissant of a dragon to deal with. So I yell back, but and then I continue fishing.
but yeah, dragons, those things.
All right, I'm thinking.
A lot of shapes and sizes.
Oh, this could be another vector, and well, solving my problem in specific. I'm using vector a lot today. Fancy words.
If there's anything else you'd like to do here at the docks while you're waiting for Laszlo to finish his rental, we can do that now. Otherwise, we'll be going ahead and concluding the day.
Think so. I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Well, while
I'm gonna
Laszlo is out
disguise
in the
myself
water,
to have my blue tux. I'll do that when I finish my fishing and come back. But is this the thing you were thinking of? This kind of look?
is it blue?
Yeah.
Greg, give him a thumbs up.
Are you also gonna have a blue tux?
I don't want to fuck with that because if
Okay.
they see 2 blue tuxes, they may like.
Like, oh, well, no, yeah, you said one. Okay, sure.
I was thinking of honestly just being myself because it may work in your favor if someone so visibly red. If you catch my drift. Like it may seem like you're more well connected.
Okay.
Testing. Hello. Test.
Is intimidation what we want to go for, though?
Hello, testing.
So,
Testing.
I mean, they've already attacked us, so it's not a matter of intimidation. That's not a factor.
Check.
We
1,
actually
2.
went through the house.
No, I understand, but
We
there
killed
is
4 of their own.
well, there is a
Check,
significant
1,
difference
2.
between there's a missing Mordremoth off continent versus Mordremoth in the Mordremoth.
Check. 1, 2.
4.
Test.
Different masks, what we were told. We killed 4. They're gone. So it may not be. People that we see may not even have ties with it.
True.
Other than the Fury mask
Check,
that
check,
give
1,
the finish
2.
job thing to Kalos when they put the mask back on.
1,
They seem to
2,
be the only ones
3,
with skin in the
4.
game
Check.
still. Yeah. Unless there's like a code of conduct of like, you fuck with us, you fuck with all of us kind of deal. So,
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Check. 1, 2.
Did I get any fish on my fishing trip?
You need to roll a d20. And then add proficiency if you have fishing tool proficiency.
It is the saddest fishing trip. This is your
How
last.
how would I know if I have sea vehicles?
I
That's
think
what sea-
fishing tools is an actual tool.
Is it? Oh well, I just got a 15 then.
The fish that you get is painfully average sized,
Nice.
and it begs for release.
I released the fish.
It does not turn around and give you a thumbs up.
Damn it!
Wait, it literally begs?
It grew a hand. You're one of the good ones. That's myself. Okay.
You're one of the good knife ears. Wait, what?
Oh, what?
Run
Fish
into a
racism,
racist
I didn't
fish.
expect that.
I'll come back at the final boss fight and return the favor.
You saved me and spared my life. Therefore, I hand the fishing rod back to the individual and his bait that he gave me. Thank you very much.
Yep.
When I was out in the water, did I notice anything odd?
Fish.
Not actually just a sea. It's just called the sea, right?
It is the Sea of Embrace.
Okay. It's not
It's
an
very-
actual sea.
It's an inland sea.
I just want to check. Cool. What did you? What now? I'm satiated.
I asked the fisherman he handed the rod back to. Have you seen any, like, sea monsters?
In the
What
sea of
defines
Embrace?
as sea monsters there, Missy? We say a lot of exotic things that outsiders would deem as exotic or sea monster-like.
Like me, except enormous and in the water.
Walking on two legs, too?
No, swimming.
Everything down there swims. Now, if you want some sort of creature that's got a snout like a dragonoid, is that what you're trying to say, Missy?
Yeah, sea dragons.
Yes.
Well, we got all sorts of things if you just dive deep enough. I wouldn't recommend it. Makes your ears pop. But in general, around these parts, we got all sorts of things with long snouts like that, and generally speaking, you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. And on occasion, they kind of pop their heads out, and if you just give them something to snack on, they'll kindly make on their own ways.
Are they
In general,
sapient?
some of them also, relatively speaking, are quite intelligent. And sometimes in heavy storms, these creatures, if they're in a good enough mood, will drag your ass back to shore.
Oh. Huh.
Any cases of bad dragons doing bad stuff?
Please don't say
bad
bad
eggs.
dragon. Anyways, nothing. Don't worry about it. In cases of
Any
people,
ne'er-do-wells? There you go.
any time of situations where people were doing bad by the dragon standards, bopping them on the nose or hitting them with something pointy, then they will retaliate, just like any other creature would.
No, as in like, have there been any instances of dragons that are like notorious of, attacking ships, or like in a specific instance? Or has it been pretty much, don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you kind of deal?
Dragons around these parts are not quite big enough to take on anything larger than a 5-man crewed ship. While they are quite dangerous in their own right, they can't outright just tip it over and start snacking on whatever falls out if it's big enough. And that just means that you don't need to go venturing out to the deep parts if you got one of them small boats. Kinda works itself out. Their territory is deep. Therefore, the big ships go out there, and the dragons are too tiny to deal with it. Even in large numbers. That being said, there is a pod of one mother and one father, and their kid that they're raising. I'd advise against fucking with any of them.
Know their name?
No, I don't know their names.
I don't know. If you said they're sapient, they could.
Names
hey,
of
I'm-
power.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't talk to them on a regular basis. Nor can I just summon them like they're my damn neighbor. But you just got to be aware of things that are out on the sea, and just make sure that everyone is being copacetic. It's a big word.
What are they? Yeah, I know it was pretty good. What, do they just like fish? What are they like eating? Is there like a specific thing that you're like, is a typical trade? They pop their head
Fish.
up? Fish. All right.
These are the type of dragons that don't have some sort of like underwater treasure hoard. They're not that kind of dragon. They're more like big snakes with dragon-like heads. And they don't breathe fire because that wouldn't do so well down underwater. They do have venomous bites.
Also to worms or wyverns. Those labels mean anything to you?
Worms? Like the ones I put on my hook?
Drakes?
With a Y.
With a Y. Who spells it like that? I don't know anything about no worms or drakes, as you call them. I just know the sea serpents. And that's the closest thing we got to dragons over these parts. That being said, I don't venture out too far. I don't have the biggest boat, as you can see from my little dinghy.
While we're here, Princess, you mind throwing the boat out there and see how big it can get?
Sure, I take out the boat. How do I make it huge? I usually just think canoe.
You got your
and throw
word
it.
that you saved for it. The word that came with it, what it should know.
There's a word? I just throw it.
Oh.
Done it before. Let's do it again.
Yeah, but when I throw it, I think canoe. Well, I guess I'll just think bigger. I throw the canoe, and I think bigger.
There is a command word.
Yeah. You got folding boat, that's the object.
I honestly don't remember ever being told the command word. I'm sorry.
Hit on the side of the object.
Is it a specific one, or is it just a command word? Like in
No, there's command word depending on... There's 2 different command words for 2 different sizes. And the third one to collapse it back into the tiny shape.
I looked at. Okay, so I've thrown the boat on the ground. Big boat.
You know how retarded you look right now?
I don't know.
Big boat. Big boat. I mean, were you not told what when you were given it?
I don't remember.
Well, we don't have a folded boat anymore then.
Can't you
If I-
identify and find out?
If I identify it, will I then figure out the command word? I'll give it a go.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Just have Douglas start yelling words until it eventually works.
Alright, yeah, we'll do that for a little bit though. See if you can crack the code. Save me a spell.
Well, I usually just call it a canoe, and you said
Okay.
it can become a galley, so galley?
You talking your boat?
Yeah.
Does it talk back?
In the boat.
No, it's just supposed to poof.
It's supposed to what now?
You know, like, unfold.
I see. I don't think it's listening. Did you train it correctly?
Maybe
Like
it
a dog?
speaks Elvish.
Embiggen boat.
Big.
Up and away boat.
You're gonna
Hey,
fly
man,
away! Don't do say that.
Name, I don't think that's a word.
Set sail. Maybe that.
I just nudge it with my foot. Get bigger. Now.
Boatabia.
Laszlo's Pearl Divers.
Shazam!
Antiquing.
Ooh. The rock.
Bite my shiny metal.
Quote
Antique.
this.
No, my shiny daffodil medal.
If you give up, I will have a look to see what it may be. But,
Oh look, there's water.
Have you actually
Just scale it,
tried,
yeah.
like, canoe or...
Canoe. I mean, I tried galley and it didn't do anything. Enlarge. Grow 10 times its size that day.
what does the boat look like? Is it just a little wooden boat? A little wooden, like, holdable boat.
It's a little origami paper boat until activated. Let me
Maybe
know when you give
identify
up.
it. Let's have a look.
Oh, maybe
Okay.
maybe I wrote it down and just like.
Hey, let's have a
put it
look.
together.
See if you can master something up. So I don't wanna poo-poo it.
I'm gonna poop on his boat.
Oh, you know, I genuinely don't have the I don't have the word because I thought this was a non-magical thing. Like until recently, I had it listed as just folding canoe because I thought it was like literally just a canoe you unfold and it's like a survival canoe.
But it's much more than that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do not have the word.
Right. I will identify this item and see what it is.
you now have the access to the magical item Folding Boat, which is a vanilla magical item. You have 2 different forms and a 3rd command word that brings it all back together into the tiny paper origami boat. The first command word that makes it so that it can hold up to 4 medium creatures. This is the smallest the boat can be, besides the tiny form. Technically, I guess it would be the 2nd smallest. The first command word is Tide. And the 2nd command word, which makes it the biggest one, which can hold up to 15 medium creatures comfortably, comes with a deck, 5 rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, and an anchor, and a deck cabin, and a mast with a large steering sail. Is Zephyr.
Alright, and then the folding one?
That one is Collapse.
Okay. Give me just a second here, but I wrote that down, so we're good.
Okay, well there you go. Never. I throw it out in the water. I'll do it.
It turns into a large, big boat. Contains enough of the things to hold 15 people comfortably. Folds out, and the fishermen kind of take a back and like, whoa. You're gonna need a bit more hands on deck for that one.
Yeah, would that size be enough to get you out into the deeper parts of the Sea of Embrace if we were to go out that way at some point?
If you're choosing to venture out that far,
This size would suffice.
you might want a bit more. Again, I say hands on deck. There's a large number of rowing oars on the side,
Sure.
and
You know
while you
anyone?
could do it with that number of people that you got with you, your arm's gonna get real tired.
You know anyone?
I know people.
Okay. If we ever choose to come out this way again, let me work for you.
I
Something
am
planned.
a fisherman for hobby. This is
Oh.
not my job.
Okay. Well, there goes me assuming again. Sorry. I'm sure we could find some. Interview process. No squirrels.
Well, that's up to you folks, but now that I got your money and I'm done for the day, I'm gonna skedaddle.
How about Tide? How does that one look? A bit smaller? Is that more manageable for us?
That is a 4-man.
Captain Laszlo be born again.
Like a pontoon.
And considering if everyone was present, that would be 5 people, or 6 if you include Krios. It would be not seaworthy, because he would sink.
Oh,
So your default is going to be Zephyr.
sure. Pat could be the anchor.
He
What
already
happens
has,
if someone
already
is
has an
inside
anchor.
the boat when it folds up?
They call me the anchor because when I'm in water, nothing moves.
Yeah, I'm saying claps, and then there's your boat back. There you go. You know the words.
Thank you.
You know, just in case we need, make a big boat and run away. And yeah, we don't have a crew, but yeah, you know what I mean.
You know, I'm genuinely sorry about that. I really thought it was like a mechanical thing. I
That's
didn't
fine.
realize it was magic when I
No,
first got
no
it.
worries. When you got gifted, I thought just a little boat, kind of a bit odd. I thought, what might be something different.
Boat collapsed back and placed into your pocket for easy storage. Let's go ahead and see what the next leg of your journey is, or are you just gonna wait until tomorrow?
There's literally nothing impeding us. Because what it's going to be is we'll get to tomorrow, wait around, go there, and then the session's going to end. Because then we're not here for a week, and then everyone will be back a week after. Yes. So, what say you, gang? What are we feeling? Is there anything anyone wants to do in the meantime?
I've got nothing pressing.
I mean, I personally don't, so I'm wondering.
Me
Like,
neither. Yeah.
I know we're not supposed to discuss him, but like, if he does have something pressing to do, maybe we hold off.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay, real quick. Was anyone able to get a hold of him? Did he say like?
No, I haven't got. I messaged him on the 30th. I also messaged him today, and I haven't got anything. He's either gone out yesterday, maybe, but he may be away. So I
Okay.
don't know. He was last online 4 days on Steam, so it might actually be.
Well, no one's gonna be here for Easter, so that's guaranteed to not be a thing. And then the following Sunday after that one, I don't have anything that I think I'm doing. But we're just gonna be playing regular Frost.
I'm gonna check the calendar, see if I have anything stupid.
So we're gonna mark off, we're gonna leave off on the 4 p.m. on the 16th, which is when we just finished this small interview with the fishermen. Our actual encounter with the assassins, known as the players, is gonna be on the 17th, around the same time. Make sure you wear your blue tuxedo. And if someone wants to hide in a fishing crate and not get towed away, don't jump into any unmarked containers.
I put forth that we be known as the players, while they are the players, just for convenience sake.
You already have the league. Why do you need more?
The League of Marked Men. That does
Something
sound,
else to
that
misspell.
sounds good. I like that as a name.
I
But,
prefer dead men, but that's just me.
None of
I'm
us are
alive.
dead.
I've
Currently,
We've all died and come back. So.
We had one. Well, we only had one person who's actually undead, and he's long gone. So actually,
I'm
no,
undead and loving it.
I've been killed and come back.
not undead.
How did I?
Are you claiming I'm appropriating undead status?
Are appropriating on.
You undead splaining right now.
The equivalent of Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah. Well, okay. So next session's going to be on the 16th.
2
Whoa.
weeks. 2 week. Come back in a 2 week.